It is just run, 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 and that's what they did again today. Um, they I mean, that's just who they are. I mean, I guess they're just not gonna try to throw the ball much at all this year, but even that, they still had 112 rush yards. They struggled to move it. They finally found a team that could slow them down a little bit. So, I don't know who to believe in the Big Ten. It's probably still Ohio State's conference, but I don't believe in Iowa. And I think you saw today that when Michigan plays a team with a halfway competent defense, they can't just run the ball the way they want to.
Baylor beat Iowa State, so Iowa State's got a couple of losses now. Baylor is 4-0 with Dave Aranda right there. So we've got a little over 2 minutes now, Brownie. Biggest takeaway from today is what for you? Biggest takeaway?
Well, I think it's kind of what our theme has been. You don't know anything about anybody hardly. The teams I feel like I got a pretty good feel on are Alabama and Georgia. Um,
Okay, say that
I think
again. You broke up a little bit. Give me those two teams again. Give me a clean read so I
the
can make an edit.
the the teams I feel like I've got a good feel on that are legitimate contenders, I think are Alabama and Georgia. I don't know that I've got a good feel for anybody that's a true contender beyond those two teams. And I'm still a touch hesitant on Georgia and maybe even on Alabama too. Let's see them against Ole Miss. I just need to see Georgia play a competent offense. But they're just such erratic performances by even the contenders, Jim, between their best games and their worst games now. And I mean, it is just such a big gap between best game and worst game. It is really, really hard to get a feel for these teams that seem to be in the national championship hunt.
I agree with you. I mean, to me, as I sit here, the gap between Alabama, Georgia, and the rest of the country seems to be pretty big.
It
And I know
does,
that
yeah.
that seems like, we're sitting here in Birmingham, Alabama, home of the SEC offices, like that's the biggest homer take of all time. But it does seem like there's Alabama, Georgia, and then you don't know what you're going to get on the other side. Not saying those teams can't lose, just saying I don't know what you're going to get every week. I've never seen the AP poll look this bad before. And it's not
I
the
don't know
AP
how.
vote.
Yeah,
It's not their voters' fault.
yeah.
Not the voters' fault.
I don't know how I'd vote in it. I mean, I don't see 10 top 10 teams. And I know I got to put 10 in there, but I don't see 10 top 10 teams. So I don't even know how you vote in an Associated Press or coaches poll right now.
Yep. And the only team I thought I was going to get consistency out of, Jack State, they lose today to Tennessee Martin after beating Florida State. So will you be back on your bash the coach bandwagon?
That's a bad loss right there. You can't take a loss like that. They're 3-2 now, man. They're
Yeah.
3-2. That's a bad loss.
Good win for UAB, good win for Alabama, and you got to call it a good win for Auburn because they almost pulled a Jeremy Pruitt Tennessee team and lost to Georgia State. But the Tigers win on homecoming. They go to Baton Rouge next week. UAB opens up Protective Stadium, and it's Lane and Nick, Alabama and Ole Miss, and we'll have it all covered on the next round. Thanks for being with us, folks, and we'll see you live at 9 a.m. Central Monday on all of our platforms on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com. For your next round of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services, do what my family does and trust Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Wayne's may be headquartered here in Birmingham, but they're serving more than 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville. And right now, get started with their EnviroPest service for $60 off when you use the code TNR. Get started by calling 866-WAYNES1 and don't forget the code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
As always on a Monday, so much to get to. An amazing day in the National Football League yesterday. Final week of the regular season in baseball and a tremendous week 4 of college football. And we've got a big interview coming up in 1 hour that everyone's been talking about since, 2 hours. 2 hours. Thank you, Brown.
You're welcome, Jim.
Thought you were just telling me you were leaving, throwing me deuces right here. 2 hours. Coming up at 11 o'clock Central Time. We'll have Bo Nix on the show, and we'll find out what Bo has heard about who's starting this week as Auburn goes down to play LSU. I mean, it's got to be our first question,
it's
right?
100% your first question. Are you the starter?
Are you the starter?
I mean, look, I think we disagree. You know, we were talking to Forrester, who is an Auburn guy, before the show. He believes Bo Nix will start. I don't know how you start Bo Nix, based on, not that Finley played great by any means, but still led the game-winning drive. And it just seemed to be one of those moments where it was the changing of the guards.
Are you playing a PR game? You don't know how you start him? Because you don't think Finley's that much better, do you?
Well, not based on what I saw, but Finley did lead them to points, and I know Bo's not good.
Against Georgia State he did, but this is LSU.
Okay, but Bo couldn't do it against Georgia State. But I'm saying you had to pull him for performance. TJ did what you needed TJ to do, so why would you not play TJ?
Yeah, there's got to be some value in that 98-yard drive to win the game, right? I mean, to win the game. We're trying to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, there is value in that. You won the game, but I mean, I don't know that I make a full job change based on that one drive.
No. It's a body of work,
right?
And now you were not getting it done, and it's not all quarterback's fault. I mean, this is an 11-person offense, right? And they've got problems on the offensive line. They apparently have problems in the wide receiving room because they fired the wide receivers coach yesterday on a Sunday after a win over Georgia State.
So strange.
Yeah, so they fired the wide receivers coach. I mean, rarely do you see staff changes in midseason that doesn't involve something off the field. So it's not just quarterback, but that's the place where quarterbacks, if they are elite, can lead average teams to better things, right? I mean,
there's only 2 reasons, Brown, that I think Bo Nix could possibly start. One, because it's such a storyline, TJ Finley playing his former team.
Well, I think that's a huge story.
That's a huge factor.
And maybe TJ Finley being a little overamped going into that game. And I don't know if you remember this, but months ago, this is the moment I predicted TJ Finley gets his first start for the Auburn Tigers against his former team.
You did predict
that,
yes.
Odd that you did that coming out of Georgia State. I don't know why you said that, but you're exactly right.
I thought what would happen is Bo would struggle against Penn State, and I think the struggles would have looked a lot worse if Penn State defensive backs could hold on to footballs, because that would have been 2 picks, and then I thought both of these guys would get work, and then ultimately TJ would take over. I didn't know it would go down the way it went down. The other reason Bo might get the start, go back to last year, 48-11, Bo played his best football in his career against LSU last year.
And who was the quarterback on the other side on that 11?
Well, it was Max Johnson and TJ Finley basically split the game.
TJ Finley.
TJ Finley started.
Yeah.
We had not seen Max Johnson
Yeah.
rise to the top yet.
It was so bad. They went to Max Johnson, and those are hard images to shake of TJ Finley. I mean, has he fixed all of that by sitting behind Max Johnson and transferring and sitting behind Bo Nix?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that gets washed over this, because if you're an Auburn fan, you've been waiting for a change at quarterback because you feel like that's your problem. But are you telling me the answer is the guy that if he had stayed in Baton Rouge would have been the third string at best guy? Because he wasn't beating out Max Johnson or Miles Brennan.
I'm not saying
so
that.
You're telling
I'm just
me
telling you this,
that the third string quarterback at LSU is better than the guy you had?
If that third string doesn't come in on Saturday, Georgia State beats Auburn.
It did seem like that, yeah.
Georgia State was going to beat Auburn if Bo Nix would have played that entire game.
Well, Georgia State probably would have beaten Auburn if Kalen Newton hadn't blocked a punt.
Yeah. No,
that was a momentum change.
I'm going to tell you this, man. I had 6 screens going on Saturday. In complete transparency here, Auburn and Georgia State was not on one of them to start.
I'm with you on that.
By halftime of that game, it was on my main TV. Now, that was also an indictment on how bad some of the games were going on during that time window. But that final 30 minutes, I couldn't get enough.
No, I mean, it was riveting. It was riveting.
LT
I know,
was like,
yeah,
where's Hydra Life?
Yeah.
Can you, Sally, can you pump me full of this Auburn game?
The only reason it made it on one of my main screens early, because I had it on the side TV thinking this is going to be a formality. I'll just watch and see what's going on. But one reason it made it over was as one of our Twitter followers, and I wish I could remember who it was, called him Mike Yalstott, the Georgia State running back that Auburn could not stop in the first half.
That's exactly who it reminded me of.
Oh,
I didn't
me
see
too.
that, but it was, Tucker Gregg.
Yeah.
By the way, he had one other, he's a senior, he's had one other 100-yard game in his entire career.
One
as
a senior
in his entire career, and I mean, he couldn't be stopped. I don't know why he didn't get more touches. He only got 12 touches.
Does he go Mike Yalstott because
Yalstott.
he's like a southern version of Mike Allstott?
Exactly, Jim. You've broken the code.
The guy
Mike
was
Yalstott.
running downhill.
And Rockstar, what did Berman do with it? Was Mike Yalstott? But that was the whole first
But look,
half.
man, I'm not so sure that Brian Harsin. This team was so ill prepared for Georgia State. I don't even know if he knows what transpired last year with Auburn LSU. Back to Bo Nix playing that well. I mean, Bo Nix almost 400 yards and 4 touchdowns last year against LSU.
I mean, he's
defense.
had to have watched. I mean, obviously, he's watched the film. He's had to evaluate these guys. So
I don't think he watched anything on Georgia State.
No, I mean the past film when he took the job, he had to evaluate who he had. So you probably go say, okay, where's the best Bo Nix I can find? All right, give me that LSU tape. Let me see what I got in this kid. And you go watch that. And you know who else he was watching on that tape? The quarterback on the other side that got benched in that game. So, I mean, if I'm Brian Harsin, I don't know what I do today. Those aren't good options, Lance.
No.
I mean, we talk about it like, you're at least talking about like it's an easy decision to go TJ Finley. These aren't good options.
You know, the
don't have good
crazy
options.
thing is, I think Auburn wins this game.
Do you really?
I really do.
Interesting. LT, more on that as we get rolling today. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Truckworks, Alabama and Mississippi's premier commercial truck dealer. They're now hiring right now, so if you're looking for a new gig moving in towards 2022, then Truckworks may be the answer for you. They're looking for awesome people who want to join their team. They're hiring all experience levels, so you can have 0 experience or all the experience, and Truckworks is looking for you, all departments across all their locations. Truckworks is located in 13 places throughout Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle. Great place to work. They're looking for sales, management, service techs, deliveries, and just about everything else in their department right now. A growing company. That's why they're looking to hire right now. They're growing, and you can join their team by going to their website, truckworks.com. Truckworks.com. That's Truckworks with an X at the end. Truckworks.com. Hit the Join Our Team tab to learn more. Right there in our chat room, a lot of you guys are jumping in. I will tell you, my friends who are Auburn ticket holders, says what AU Chase is saying. The TV, when you're watching on TV, doesn't do a good job of showing how open some of the receivers are when Bo is out there. Hesitant or doesn't see him open is the way the fans who are in the stands see it.
Well, poor Cornelius Williams. His receivers are running open. The guy ain't got a job today.
Cornelius Williams is the fired Auburn receivers coach. I would tell you that, some of that I think is offensive line too, that you become so hesitant you don't keep your eyes downfield. You don't see open receivers. Auburn's got problems. We'll talk more Auburn football as we move forward, and we'll see where they are quarterback-wise. Brian Harsin's news conference later this afternoon, but Bo Nix with us in 2 hours, and we'll ask Bo where they are in the quarterback situation right now, what he's learned, and how he personally handled that situation on Saturday. First time he hasn't been the quarterback in his time at Auburn. So we'll talk to Bo about that coming up at 11 o'clock Central as he joins us, part of our name, image, and likeness agreement with our friends at Craneworks, Rental Works, and Bo Nix. That's coming up. Alabama wins. They're still number 1 in the country in the new AP poll. Georgia is number 2. We'll get to your best and worst of the weekend, but you cannot, fast forward to week 5. It's just such a good week ahead, and we're going to do justice to week 4 and talk about it throughout the show. But you look ahead to week 5, and I mentioned this in the room back there. You can make a case 1 through 14. Now, some of these play each other, but 1 through 14 in the new AP poll, all the way down to Texas A&M at 15, and maybe Texas A&M loses to Mississippi State. But 1 through 14, you have a challenging game where you can paint a scenario where all 14 teams in the AP ranking could lose this weekend. Alabama at home to Ole Miss. I know the point spread says that's a 2-touchdown game. I think a lot of people believe that is, a game like we saw last year in Oxford.
Well, that number actually opened at 20, which I thought was insane because I've said for a couple of weeks now this number was going to be 14.5.
Where did you see 20? I only saw 15.
No, Circus Sports opened it at 20 and took 10 max.
I mean, that's a Circus Sports.
Circa
Sports
okay. in Vegas.
Okay.
And they said they took 10 max bets on Ole Miss and quickly dropped the line.
Yeah. 15.5 is where I saw it a lot of places.
Yeah, it was 20. It opened at 20, which is insane. That makes 0 sense. 14.5 is where this number needs to be. And I would lean Ole Miss. I mean, 14.5 is a lot of points.
A lot of points, especially with maybe the most complete offense in college football. They can run it, they can throw it, and they have the number one prospect in the NFL at quarterback. That's a fun game. Georgia gets a big serving of hog. Arkansas handled Texas A&M in a manly fashion this past week. They manned up and pushed them around, and that Arkansas team was beat up going into that game. They're all the way up to number 8 in the rankings. That game is interesting coming up this week.
Well, look, they're physical, they play hard, but this is where talent finally catches up. Look, Jimbo Fisher got outcoached, and I'm very confident in a year and just a few games in saying Sam Pittman right now is the third best coach in the SEC.
Ooh, behind Nick Saban and Kirby Smart, you're going to go Sam Pittman.
Yeah, and if he goes on the road and knocks off Kirby Smart, I'm not so sure he's not the second best coach.
So you put Sam ahead of Dan Mullen.
I think so right now.
You just did. Okay.
Wow, that's a mouthful now, Lance.
Do we remember
Dan Mullen had Mississippi State
how
number 1
bad Arkansas was?
No,
they had lost 19 consecutive games, and this is a team last year where the defense was horrendous.
Now look,
and now this defense is just playing lights out.
I was so wrong on Sam Pittman, and I have tried to own it as much as I can.
We didn't know who he was.
I know. I was so wrong on the guy. I love him, and I maintain he's impossible not to like.
He really is impossible not to like.
I don't know how you don't pull for Sam Pittman.
Boy, and if I'm an Arkansas fan, just give him a contract for life.
Yeah, I mean they got him at a bargain too. Don't forget, he didn't know he did that contract that was based on how much you won.
Yeah, I just don't think he's a guy that's ever
cashing in.
Yeah. He's never going to have these 3-9 like seasons.
Yeah,
and I think you've got to appreciate that Arkansas is never going to be in Alabama. It's never going to be in Ohio State. You've got a perfect fit. Pay the guy, keep him there, keep him happy. Hopefully you've got him for a decade. Maybe in that decade he finds lightning in a bottle and gets to an SEC championship game once. But this is a really, really good team. But I just think finally an 11 o'clock game against Georgia's talent. And this is where Kirby's just got pedal to the metal, man. He is just not letting off.
Well, we'll finally get to see that defense against a competent offense. And that's what I'm interested to see in that game because that's something I haven't seen Georgia do. They certainly didn't do it Saturday. Vandy's one of the worst teams in SEC history. They just really haven't played a good offense yet. Yeah. So that's what interests me about that one.
Oregon and Stanford, Penn State and Indiana, Iowa, Maryland, Oklahoma, Kansas State, Cincy and Notre Dame play each other. Florida's at Kentucky. I mean, there's the potential of chaos ahead in Week 5. LT, tell us about our friends at Redmond Vodka. And then, Brown, I'm going to throw an AP poll stat at you to show you. I mean, we're just through 4 weeks. How much chaos we've had in the AP polls so far.
Locally owned and operated, Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmond Vodka. Their aim, clarity and taste, color and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish that doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. It's 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Also, don't forget about your new favorite simple classic gin. It's Vulcan Gin, also gluten-free, 8 times distilled. The fastest growing distillery in Alabama is Redmond. Pick up a bottle today.
205-734-0923 if you want to jump in the show on the Pepsi hotline today. 205-734-0923, and we'll get you in on the Pepsi hotline with best and worst of the weekend starting in our next segment. 6 more AP top 25 teams lost this past weekend, Brown. 6 more. Mm-hmm. That is 25 ranked losses through 4 weeks. That's the most in the AP poll era, which started back in, 1936, somewhere around there. We have lost 6 more, 25 total. It was number 7 A&M, number 9 Clemson, 14 Iowa State, 18 Wisconsin. You had a loss from number 21 North Carolina and 25 Kansas State. All those teams losing this past week.
I mean, it's been incredible. The whole AP poll thing. Another thing that jumps out at me is they got to the end of the Associated Press poll. They got through Auburn, and they're like, hey, guys, we do not have an ACC team ranked.
Yeah, let's put them all right here.
Just a heads up.
You bring
we don't have one ranked, so let's get 3 in there. Okay, NC State, Wake, Clemson, we're done. Let's go.
Can you imagine the pain in the ass being a voter this year?
No, we talked about Dunaway.
You
and I
guys
talked
have
about
done
that
it before,
Awful.
and you know, way back in old radio days when I had like an individual website, I did a top 25 every week, and I remember what a headache it was.
Yep.
But you've got Auburn ranked. Auburn's 3 wins are Akron, Alabama State, and Georgia State.
That's
and
correct.
a nail biter.
Yeah. I mean,
barely Georgia
Auburn
State.
is not a top 25
They
team.
are not. No, but you got to have 25.
You got to have 25.
I don't know what you do, because even the top used to, like when I voted Dunaway, the top 10 was kind of easy. I just had to rearrange teams a little bit, but I could breeze through the top 10. And then 10 through 15 was tough. But once I got past 15, it was brutal. The top 10 right now is hard. I don't know that we got 10 top 10 teams in America right now. I don't know that we do. Like, I mean, I watch a lot of teams. I don't know that that's a top 10 team. Notre Dame? I don't know that they're a top 10 team.
Yeah, look, if you just woke up from a long Friday night bender and you saw you saw that final score,
Totally
you're like,
different.
oh my
Yeah.
God. Wisconsin was up
Wisconsin's
in the
awful.
fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And Graham Mertz is one of the worst quarterbacks right now in the Power 5. And I'm just blown away that, and I tweeted this out, that Notre Dame's third string is outplaying
He was the best quarterback in the game.
the guy that beat out Notre Dame's first string.
I know, but he was better than his first string guy,
Drew
too.
Pine was really good, but Graham Mertz, you guys will give me,
He's awful.
He's awful.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, his stats against Notre Dame, and in that game, I mean, the score looks very different, but rarely do you get back-to-back pick sixes.
Yeah, it's hard to do, by the way. It's really, really hard to do.
Jamie Howard, did he even throw him back to back?
But here's another.
I don't know if they ever went back to back on those. Back to back possessions.
Obviously, the indications. 3 things for a quarterback for me. It obviously comes down to wins and losses. It comes down to turnovers, and it comes down to third down conversions. Do you guys realize what Wisconsin was on Saturday? Their defense played their asses off in what they were on third down conversions. They were 1 of 15.
1 of 15.
How'd they ever get one?
I mean, how is that even possible?
Mertz, 18 of 41, 240, a touchdown and 4 interceptions. The thing that continues to be alarming in this pseudo losing streak for Paul Chryst is that they ran the ball for 78 yards. Mm-hmm. Wisconsin.
They don't do that well anymore. That's what's weird.
They used to be a drive. For Wisconsin.
Yes.
Well, if I would have told you before the game that Notre Dame rushes for 9 yards at 0.3, 1 foot per carry is what they averaged. Yep. Now, I know you factor in the quarterback sacks, but 1 foot per carry with that Wisconsin defense, you think Wisconsin wins by double digits?
Paul Chryst has lost 7 of 12 games.
Yeah, and I'm going to get baited again. I'm going to get baited on the 11 o'clock, and I'm going to have Wisconsin against Michigan this week on the way.
Yeah, Michigan finally couldn't run the ball in the second half against Rutgers. So it's been a chaotic year. Unless you're a fan of Alabama, Georgia, Oregon right now. Penn State's unbeaten. Iowa, some 22 teams still in the FBS that are unbeaten as we head to week 5. Best and worst of the weekend coming up, but also, as we always do, here on Monday. So we want your best images of the weekend. If you were at Jordan-Hare for homecoming, if you were in Tuscaloosa for the game with Southern Miss where Alabama did not blink, they came out, put it down pretty quickly. Jamison Williams had an unbelievable historic day for the Crimson Tide. If you were in there, Tuscaloosa, Auburn, if you were on the road with UAB down in Tulane, getting that big win for the Blazers, they open up Protective Stadium this week. Send us a photo, and you'll be thrown into the drawing to win a prize from our friends at New Life Art. It's real easy. Just go to our Twitter page at Next Round Live and send us a picture from your tailgate inside the stadium or something from football this weekend, and we'll put you into the drawing.
New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call him today, 1-800-735-2787, or check out his incredible work. Go to danielmooreart.com.
All right, phone calls next, and also on Twitter and in the chat room as you watch us on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. The Pepsi hotline number, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. This is the Next Round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's nonstop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
Talladega is home to big campgrounds, big parties, big playoff hopes, and oh yeah, the big one. NASCAR playoffs at Talladega, October 2nd through the 3rd. Get your tickets for the Yellowwood 500 weekend now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Ship happens. Give us a call to get Ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to getshipstarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident and ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
We live in. What a time to be alive.
It is, Jimmy D.
Yeah. All right, time for the hemp pill, best and worst of the weekend. LT will tell you about hemp pill in just a second. Mark jumps in, best of the weekend. parity in college football this year. It's going to be a wild ride to the playoffs. It's getting played that way, parity, because Clemson is now 2-2, and it's still September. We're not even until October yet, and Clemson's lost 2. They had been ranked, LT, for a long, long time in the top 10, 97 weeks. Alabama's there 98 weeks now. This Clemson team still struggling offensively.
Yeah, I don't know if – I mean, they're still a top 25 team because of the defense. And, look, their defense played well. I mean, it was 7-7 at half. They give up 13 points in overtime. So the 27 that NC State scored a little misleading. But Brian Brzee is out for the year now. And that's your best – probably – well, it is. It's your best player on the team. And that's the leader of that defense, and now he's gone. And you just wonder what direction this is going to go for Dabo and Clemson now that they're sitting 2-2. Again, the good news is it's the ACC. But I will say this, the ACC's improved. Teams like Virginia, teams like Wake Forest, teams like North Carolina, teams like Miami, on a given Saturday, based on the Clemson we have seen, those teams can beat Clemson.
Brown, have they improved, or has Clemson just come back to the pack? The teams he just named did not blow me away as being improved.
Clemson's definitely come back to the pack. Virginia's a better team than they have been. Georgia Tech's improved a little bit. Georgia Tech almost beat Clemson.
Yeah, Jeff Collins.
They beat North Carolina
pretty
handily over the weekend.
But they're again, has the ACC approved?
I don't know.
North Carolina is not where they're supposed to be.
I feel like NC State's better.
Wake Forest is a good team. I'm telling you, Wake's a good team.
No, I mean, it doesn't matter because the ACC, we do dead and buried. They are officially dead and buried. They're done. So it really doesn't matter, but they've improved.
But when you say Wake Forest is a good team, by SEC standards, where do you put them?
Middle of the pack.
Middle of the pack, yeah.
Okay. I watched Boston College and Missouri go to overtime.
Yeah.
And Boston College is a good team for the ACC. That's middle of the pack.
Phil Jurkovec is not, he got hurt. So
he did.
And I will say, man, I was impressed with the backup quarterback. Grossel's pretty good for a backup quarterback. And it's starting to get to the situation in college football, much like the NFL. You need a quality backup if you want to continue to win games. But, yeah, BC, middle of the pack. I think Wake's a little bit better than BC. But we saw BC against a middle-of-the-pack SEC team, and you're right, it went to overtime.
By the way, Mark, worst of the weekend, Alabama's defense still letting receivers catch passes uncovered. Ole Miss is going to score at least 49 points on them, according to Mark.
I still think Alabama wins, give it up 49, but it's going to be tighter than most want.
Yeah, I mean, this might be LSU-Alabama 2019 all over again.
The total opened at 80. I think it's down a little bit, but that's a hefty total for an Alabama game.
Yeah, it feels under to me, but we'll see.
Kind of agree, but that's a hefty total for an Alabama game is my point.
Absolutely.
When have you seen them have a total of 80?
Cody, one of our great listeners, sent us some images as well of him and his dad and son Parker at the game this weekend. His best of the weekend, Bryce Young. The worst of the weekend is Clemson. Bryce and Matt Corral are 1-2, depending on where you look. In the Heisman race, they get to play each other this week at Bryant-Denny Stadium. More on that as we move throughout the week. Best and worst of the weekend brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill.
Hemp Hill Services, my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Just got the AC unit replaced for upstairs about 2 months ago. Of course, the first call I made was Hemp Hill. They were out the same day, courteous, professional. That's how they operate. They've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemp Hill Services, an independent train dealer. They service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Call 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
B. Rich's best of the weekend, the USA Ryder Cup team.
Yes, sir.
Dominating. That was a blowout. Has it ever been that big of a win?
It has not. Not in the modern day. They've had different scoring systems. They've had different arrangements. But since it went to the U.S. versus Europe and a 28-point total, there has never been that big of a win. That is the single largest blowout in Ryder Cup history.
So basically. They motorboated them.
A friend of mine was over at the house, and he goes, I think the U.S. is about to motorboat Europe.
They did. His worst of the weekend is SEC officiating. Back to that, a lot of you in the chat room thought Auburn's game-winning touchdown was set up by a blown call by SEC officials. What did y'all think?
Yeah, the John Samuel Shanker, the ball, it rolled on the turf. I mean, you go back and you watch it. I don't know if it would have mattered. That was first down. Now, with, field position, it goes from, I think they were on the 30, and it made it first and 10 on the 19, but I think it would have been second and 10 from the 30.
But it's not like time was a factor. I mean, they had plenty of time. So it was first down. Had that been fourth down, I'll get more beat up about it, but I did feel like it was
I think
incomplete.
what that might have cost me is possibly a stake because of Smoke Monday. Now you just need 2 more picks.
No, one more.
One more to push. It's over 6.
No, it was 6. But anyway, I did lose a stake with the Rams getting a big win. That was my worst of the weekend, how bad my Buccaneers secondary really is. Best, according to Brooks, Justin Tucker and his 66-yard kick. I mean, rarely. I mean, they're game-winning kicks, the kick six and, Van Tiffen, and there are some others throughout NFL history that really, Vinatieri winning a Super Bowl or 3 with big kicks. But there is something about being lined up where he's lined up on the other side of the logo and setting an NFL record, and added to it that is banging off the crossbar to do it.
It was crazy. So I'm watching that game, and Rocky, I've got your Detroit Lions. We do there's 8 of us, and we do this draft, and I got stuck with Detroit. They were my last pick. Obviously, they were the next to last pick. So I had a choice of them or the Jets, and I'm glad I took Detroit because your team they played a brutal schedule. Yeah. They played the 49ers last week. They played in Green Bay, leading that game at halftime, and every opportunity to win. How they blew a 4th and 19.
Well, see, the other thing is they didn't. Did you see before the kick?
The delay of game?
The delay of game, they didn't even call it. It was like 3 seconds over the clock.
Yeah, your boy Dan Campbell's upset about it.
Those SEC officials.
He should have been irate, but rarely do I point out to someone, hey, you got to watch this kick. But the roommate was doing a work project on her laptop and said, hey, look, this dude is about to break an NFL record and win a game at the same time. And I just had a feeling he was going to make it, but I have never seen a kicker crow hop on his approach.
Yes, he did.
He did a crow hop like he's gunning somebody at the plate.
Crow hop or pro hop?
Crow.
Is it actually a crow hop?
It's a crow hop.
How about that?
Yeah.
You always thought it was a pro hop?
I did.
You played outfield too, right?
I did, but my hearing, my enunciations, I always thought it was a pro hop.
Were you good at the pro hop?
My arm was average.
Well, Justin Tucker with the crow hop last night, that was amazing because he said before the game, I was making 65, 66. I just didn't have it in me. I needed a little extra something. And boy, he got it when it hit the crossbar, though.
I can't believe it bounced over.
Yeah, I thought it would bounce into the end zone.
I did too.
Yeah. He kicked it 66. It hit right on the crossbar.
Would have been good from 66, apparently.
Yeah, it would have been good from 66, no more. Always thought it was a pro hop. You guys can make fun of me if you want to, Jay. I always thought it was a pro hop. That's the way the pros throw in the outfield. The pros. It's a pro hop.
I've never heard that.
Yeah. Pro hop. Boy, we can get into a lot of stuff, Jay. If you're disappointed with that, man, hang around the show. My names of movies, words, and songs. I don't always connect the dots very well. Best and worst of the weekend brought to you by Hemp Hill, part of the show as well, brought to you by our friends at Nut Dust. Scorching this weekend. We're going to get back into the 90s again.
I hate that. It's good for our friends at Nut Dust, though. Look, if you're heading to Baton Rouge this weekend, maybe you're going Tuscaloosa to check out Alabama and Ole Miss at 2:30, you're going to need to be dusted up. This is the bottle you need. You order it today. It'll be here in plenty of time for this weekend. On Nut Dust, redefining the use and feel of body powder. Nut Dust is talc-free, all-natural body powder. It's great for all over the body, feet, below the belt. Available in 4 great scents, Naked, Voyager, Laddie, and this wildling that I've got all day, every day. Nut Dust has got you covered. Go to officialnutdust.com. Put in fall, as in the season, F-A-L-L. Put in fall, and you're going to get a nice little discount there from the next round and our friends at Nut Dust.
Okay, so we're to fall, F-A-L-L, and the discount there. We're this close to Dabo saying B-Y-O-N-D, bring your own Nut Dust.
Boy, they need it. They can't run to save their life. It's crazy to watch Clemson just not be able to run the football.
And now Shipley's out 3 to 4 weeks.
But he wasn't very good.
The question becomes, did Trevor Lawrence hide the problems they had on the offensive line? Was he that good on the offensive line? Because remember, he was 32-0 as the starter since Trevor left. That's in the regular season. 32-0 in the regular season. Since he's left, they're 2-2.
This is reminiscent. People were pointing this out on Twitter of what we did with Jeremy Johnson. Jeremy Johnson basically started a half against Arkansas and looked fantastic. And when Nick Marshall left, even at the end, there were people already saying, maybe go ahead and go to Jeremy. Nick's kind of lost it at the end.
Yeah, but
when Nick Marshall left, we thought Jeremy Johnson might contend for the Heisman.
But again, that was a half.
It was a half against Arkansas at home. This was a full game at Notre Dame.
Yeah, and I don't get it. And I mean, DJ looks that bad right now. The offensive line is terrible. The defense, now as good as it was, is not going to be as good without Brzee. I don't know where Clemson goes.
Skowski is in and out. I mean, he's staying hurt.
Skowski's out for a couple of weeks. Yeah. As you said, Shipley's out 3 to 4 weeks.
Yeah, they are a mess right now. I mean, if they were in any other conference, they would take multiple losses.
I wonder if Dabo will sprint down the hill as fast as he's been sprinting.
He's caught some grief for that.
He should. I think I'd let the team sprint down a little bit faster than me.
Well, I mean, the
Yeah, Dabo's gotten a little big.
Well, they made as I saw one longtime college football analyst put it, Dabo has started to try to make one of the traditions at Clemson more about him than the tradition of just running down the hill.
Well, I mean, if you haven't seen it, there's video out there, and I mean, he's
still got pretty good foot speed. Though.
He does. I will say Dabo.
I was surprised
for a 50-year-old man can run pretty fast.
Best and worst of the weekend, Kevin. Best of the weekend was NC State's pick play to score a touchdown in overtime against Clemson.
They did run.
I don't know if Kevin's a Clemson fan, but it did look like a pick play.
Oh, it was a pick. Yeah, I have the feeling he's an Alabama fan, and he sees that as some small element of revenge over the pick play in the national championship game. Very small, though.
Best and worst of the weekend keep rolling in. We appreciate those, especially in the chat room who's jumping in.
I'm glad Rockstar showed us the Dabo video.
I mean,
he's got good speed.
This is Dabo. This is all about Dabo.
But how old is Dabo?
Look at me. Look at me.
How old is Dabo?
He's 50.
Yeah, but you don't know. I mean, Dabo's the kind of person that may have made a bet for charity for Children's Hospital on whether he could beat the mascot.
Try to make
50.
me feel bad.
I'm just trying to tell you, everybody doesn't know the whole story about why Dabo does that. There may be a reason why Dabo does that.
Oh, boy. Yeah. But he's still got good foot speed
well,
for his age.
He might need to suit up. That offense could use him, right?
Chris's best of the weekend is Clemson's offensive ineptitude. The worst is South Carolina's offensive ineptitude.
That game right now, if Clemson and South Carolina played, Clemson would still beat them, obviously. But there wouldn't be much offense at all.
Well, can I just ask you, what has happened to Shane Beamer? Is he that guy from Presbyterian that doesn't want to kick anything anymore? He had a couple of field goal chances there, and he went for it on fourth down.
And you end up losing by 6.
And he missed both of them on fourth down.
And you end up losing by 6.
I can't believe how bad Kentucky's looked the last couple of weeks.
I told you, man. They're regressing back to the old offense.
Well, you guys tell me what that number. So Florida's playing in Lexington. Florida's an 8-point favorite. Florida should be really like a 5 or 6 point favorite. Is that just based on the history? Because I think they've won 25 or 26.
I think it's based on the fact that Emory Jones looks really good right now.
He really does.
Good. I mean, since whatever flipped on him in the Bama game, since basically the start of the second quarter in the Bama game on, Emory Jones played really, really good football for Florida. And the opposite is happening for Will Levis. He's going the other direction. Yeah. So you say it should be 5. I feel like Florida could run away with this game in Lexington.
Oh, they might. I mean, again, it's 8 right now.
King of Alec, best of the weekend. One of my guarantees coming true with Clemson, 2 regular season losses. Brown, wasn't that one of yours as well?
No, I can't remember my third. I had Florida State 5-7, which, by the way, they're not even going to get to 5.
No.
They may go winless. I had what was my other
You
one?
had somebody with 2 losses.
I thought it was Clemson.
I'll take it, but I was trying to remember my other one because I'm 2-2 so far.
No, I'm not going to give it to you.
I'll go back and look. I got it written down.
No, you had Cornelius Williams being fired.
That's right. Maybe
4 games into the season.
You guys are like, why are y'all going on that?
AB from Huntsville, worst of the weekend. Rockstars Lions allowing the Ravens to convert a 4th and 19 to set up my best of the weekend, which was a 66-yard field goal.
It was bad.
Only the Lions, right?
Were you watching, Rocky?
I was.
I kind of like the gray uniforms.
I don't like the what do they call it? Where the pants match the shirt.
The monochromatic or whatever.
I don't like that. I would like something either
I'm
the
with you. I
jersey
like
with a different color pant. I don't know, but I don't know what color pants you would wear with that gray shirt.
We did it yesterday too in our uniform.
I hated your uniform.
Oh, terrible.
Yeah, but we did that because this whole trip. Can I just tell you what the Buccaneers did yesterday? The whole trip was just a setup for the playoffs.
Oh, wow.
We didn't run any of our good plays. We didn't run any of our good defensive
I don't know
schemes.
if you're good defenders.
Yeah.
Giovanni Bernard and Gronk both don't have spleens today.
Yeah. No, it was the way your coach was reacting, it felt like it was the Super Bowl. Congratulations on your Week 3 championship.
It's a big. I mean, look, I can't help.
You don't know what's going on in that.
I
Rams
can't
locker
help
room.
that your coach had a handle of Popov the night before and really couldn't move.
Did McVay make it all the way to the tunnel on that celebration?
He ran down. Not only did he sprint in for the end zone on the touchdown to Deshaun Jackson, he's in the tunnel with him.
I don't know how you don't like a guy that's got energy like that.
Oh, man, I'm fired up, man.
Loves the game.
Lance,
17 game
so
season.
Organized.
If Dabo had done that, you'd kill him.
Oh, God, yes.
Oh, he just
Totally
was killing
different.
Dabo for sprinting down the hill. He
a
loves football so much he can't wait to get out there and coach.
No,
That's a little different. That's not my coach.
No, it's all about Dabo, though.
No. I mean, that wasn't all about Sean McVay out between the numbers going to the locker room. Not another NFL coach does that. Act like you've been there. You beat the world champions. It was a big game. It was a great crowd. It was a big game.
To be fair, not many can. I mean, Andy Reid left the game in the meat wagon, so not.
And I guarantee Bruce Arians woke up today without a meniscus.
Yeah, he really did.
He got rolled up on it at the end.
He tried to, just kind of dust that off like it didn't hurt. He was in pain.
No
and
doubt.
They brought it up multiple times, too.
And they keep showing it, and you had to think, he was sitting there going, am I going to be able to walk to the field to shake this little turd's hand?
He's going to maybe at the hashes because he's going to run all the way across.
No, so at that point, he wasn't even worried about the game anymore. I bet he wasn't even thinking about the next play. It was all about, how bad is my knee right now?
Yeah. How quickly can I get to that handle of Redmont vodka I've got back?
What is up with Andy Reid though? I mean,
he's fine. They just said he was okay.
Dehydration and sun.
Yeah,
boy, because when you see that story yesterday break and then it shows a picture of Andy Reid, you're like,
scary. Yeah.
Yeah, well, glad we could laugh about it and then ask the serious question on the other side.
I knew it wasn't dead.
I would have brought it up if I'd known it was serious.
I think that would have been everybody's worst.
Best and worst of the weekend brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. Jack said best of the weekend is Arkansas getting a lot of love. Worst of the weekend, three-way tie for him, Clemson, Florida State, and Auburn. We'll talk to Bo Nix coming up at 11 o'clock. He's our first guest. Until then, it is all best and worst of the weekend with you guys. Keep those rolling into the chat room, also on Twitter. At Next Round Live, and you can call up on the Pepsi hotline at 205-734-0923, 734-0923. LT, part of our show being brought to you by the great folks with Ship Happens. Something to keep in mind as you get ready for the holidays and you need big things moved for your company in our new year. Ship Happens can make it happen.
In today's ever-changing market, your supply chain is a major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on-time, and affordable shipments are crucial. With over 20 years combined experience in relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens have the ability to get ship done from LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited. Ship Happens is ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens, 205-605-8101. That's 205-605-8101.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Banking isn't just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop to serve you. Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, are you suffering from that lower back pain? Get moving this fall with our friends at Stretch Zone. Great for golfers, runners, desk jockeys, weekend warriors, and more. To learn more, book an appointment, 205-509-2349 or online, stretchzonebeham.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Did you know 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer? September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the expert urologists at Urology Centers of Alabama are leading the way in diagnosing and treating men with prostate cancer. Early detection is the key to survival. Guys, if you're over 50, it's time to have your PSA levels checked. It only requires a simple blood test and physical exam. With 13 convenient locations, making an appointment is a no-brainer. Visit UrologyCentersAlabama.com or call 205-930-0920.
You'll have to see it to believe it.
Gosh, dang.
Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. With the promise of the big one around every turn and a party around every inch of the campground, it's a tradition like no other, at a track like no other. And after it's all over, you still won't believe it ever happened. NASCAR playoffs at Talladega, October 2nd through the 3rd.
Man, that was wild.
Get your tickets for the Yellowwood 500 weekend now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. LTD&B, Rockstar, and Forrester all with you today. Chris says, worst of the weekend, the Buckeye linebacker walking off.
Ooh, that was weird.
If you missed that incident, there was an altercation on the sidelines during the Ohio State game, and then Pope left the building.
He did.
He got sent to the locker room, and then he gets to the locker room, and he does the old F you, Ohio State.
Starts firing off some tweets.
See, I didn't see it live. I had that on one of the TVs because I had Ohio State minus 49.5, by the way, and they punched it in late to cover to win 59-7. But reading that story, I mean, when you tweet out F your school and you just walked,
that's pretty.
You knew what was coming.
Now, he deleted it, but Ryan Day dismissed him.
He deleted him
on Sunday, and then he's going to hang around and stay on scholarship, which, gets over. A lot of times people think when people get cut or something that they're out the door. No, a lot of times they get to hang around no matter what you do and stay on scholarship and get your education. He has that opportunity to do that at Ohio State. So good for him. I'm trying to find Pope's first name here.
As you do that, just a quick observation. I think Travion Henderson, as good as Breece Hall is, and tried to single-handedly win that Iowa State-Baylor game.
Yep.
Was unable to do it. And as good as Bijan Robinson is in Sark's offense, I think Travion Henderson is the best running back in college football.
Really?
I do.
Huh. There are people that are starting to put him up for some of the conversation for, we've got to have at least three people sitting in New York, right? It can't just be Matt Corral and Bryce Young.
Right. Yeah, I mean, look, it depends on, what they do. He's got a tough game this weekend against, Rutgers. You saw what Rutgers was able to do against that Michigan rushing attack. They've got to go to Indiana. They've got Penn State. They play a good Nebraska defense on the road. Michigan State's a lot better at Michigan. So he's got some big games and still a lot of meat on the bone. But right now, just watching Travion, he is really, really good.
Dave writes in, best of the weekend, UAB gutting one out on the road at Tulane. That was a big win for the Blazers. Happening now. They come home. And a couple of 3-1 teams, Liberty coming off their first loss, and they cut the ribbon on Protective Stadium Thursday at 10:30, and the media will get a tour of the place. But then they play Saturday in that big opening game at Protective Stadium.
I don't know about you guys, but as we have talked about this game, the UAB Liberty game in the offseason leading up to it, even going back to our 40 and 40 when UAB was one of our teams and Liberty was one of our teams. Back then, I did not envision UAB being the favorite in this game. I don't know about you guys.
Well, when we did our 40 and 40, I said I think Liberty's going to be a slight favorite. This game will be close to a pick.
I envision Liberty perhaps being a top 25 team coming into this game.
Well, they would have been if they would have beaten Syracuse.
Correct.
They would be a top 25 team, and they probably would be a slight favorite, but, they were upset on Friday night. UAB, they found their quarterback. Now, I believe, much like I think TJ Finley will get the start against LSU. I know Brown disagrees with that. I don't know where you are on that.
I'm going to wait until I talk to Bo at 11.
Okay. But, Bill Clark said,
I'm going to try not to hurt Bo's feelings at 11. I'm going to try not to sever my relationship with Auburn at 11 and get through all this at 11.
But, much like Bill Clark said, coming into the Tulane game, we're going to go with a hot hand. And he wasn't leading on whether it was going to be Johnston or it was going to be Hopkins. You just had that feeling it was going to be Hopkins because Tyler Johnston had been that bad. And Hopkins goes out there. We're up 21-0. Now they had to hold on, but he played pretty well.
And we've seen that Tulane team go toe-to-toe in Norman with Oklahoma, and they got run out of Oxford, but they scored 31 on Ole Miss and only could get 21 on UAB. Now the excitement of Protective Stadium happening this weekend, and Dave, with his best and worst of the weekend, is excited about what comes their way this weekend. Right there downtown. Legion FC gets a big win yesterday as well. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's, headquartered right here in Birmingham. World-class service since 1973. They're the exclusive providers for all of us here on the Next Round. They provide us with pest prevention, termite protection, mosquito control, and that lawn care service. You may think, done away, we're now into fall. What do I care about my lawn? Well, they do things year-round that make your lawn perfect for the spring and summer when you want to get out barefoot in the backyard and play on those adventures in the backyard. All that happens thanks to Wayne's and their year-round treatment on your lawn, but also that EnviroPest service, keeping the pests on the outside as the temperatures start to cool down. A lot of those things want to come crawling inside. You don't want that to happen. You can keep it from happening thanks to Wayne's. Use the promo code TNR. TNR, you get $60 off that initial EnviroPest treatment. The number to call is 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. We appreciate them being such a big part of the show here on the Next Round. All right, if I asked you the best thing other than the Rams beating my Buccaneers this weekend and winning you a steak, what was the best thing you saw this weekend?
Dunaway, I was going to go with the Rams win.
Well, that's too easy.
Take it off.
You want me to go Brown first? What do you think it's Brown? What was your best thing?
It was the Ryder Cup, Jim.
You guys are so predictable.
I'm sorry, I didn't watch a rom-com. Yeah. It was the Ryder Cup, Jim, 19-9. That's a bloodbath.
My worst of the weekend was the Buccaneers losing.
Yes, I know. That was I think you got to go back to 1776 to find a bigger win by the United States over Europe.
See, nobody oohs and ahs when Brown goes cheesy.
That wasn't cheesy at all. It's true.
I just don't pay attention to the Ryder Cup.
Rockstar, the United States won 19-9.
Oh, that's awesome. How long? That's a beatdown.
That's a beatdown. It's the most one-sided win in the history of the event, Rockstar.
That's badass.
It is.
That made my week.
Yeah. Well, it should if you're an American and you love your country.
Yeah, amen.
Here's another best of the weekend. Georgia Tech. They get 8 sacks on Sam Howell in North Carolina. 8 sacks in that game. Something's broken with North Carolina too.
Yeah, not the same team. Not the same team.
They've got 2 losses.
I thought that they were overrated going into the season. I thought Sam Howell, he can only do so much. And, when you're running for your life, and you got to give Jeff Collins a lot of credit because, they're coming off a loss to Northern Illinois and then they scare Clemson. And it seems like, a lot of teams, when you lose a game like that to Northern Illinois, it just completely comes off the rails. But this team's playing a lot better right now.
Okay, let me give you one more. Your guy, Jake Haener, who you gave us the best of the weekend last week, they're down to UNLV, who's not very good.
Down 14-0 after 1.
Yeah, and then down at the half, down 12. And then he rallies, throws 4 touchdown passes in the second half. Brown, do you have a favorite person in your life other than your wife? Because Jake Haener does. He loves him some Jalen Cropper. He throws 4 touchdown passes to Cropper. It was Haener to Cropper.
They got Cropper dusted.
Yeah.
Hey, so Washington won this weekend. They had to go to overtime to beat Cal at home. And can you imagine if Jake Haener doesn't enter the portal and he's starting for Washington? I think that Washington team is a lot different with Jake Haener at quarterback.
Are you kidding me? Yeah, absolutely. They would almost be living up to your expectations.
I mean, they would have beaten Montana. I don't know if they would have beaten Michigan.
And the Georgia game with Vandy. And we always get why can't we kick Vandy out and bring in somebody else with Oklahoma and Texas? That's never going to happen. Georgia gets Arkansas this week. But 35-0 in the first quarter, 200 yards on the first 20 plays. That's averaging how many yards a play, Brown?
Oh, that's 10 a play.
That's 10 a play. That's pretty good. Touchdowns on their first 5 possessions. Georgia gets 62 points. Vandy gets 77 yards.
Yeah, it was. I haven't watched many SEC games. I was trying to remember some I've watched where I feel like if this team wanted to, they could score 100. Georgia could have scored 100 on Vandy. If Kirby Smart didn't have some modicum of mercy on a first-year coach, he could have scored 100.
Georgia 8 touchdowns, Vandy's 4 first downs.
It's incredible.
The numbers from that game in a conference game is pretty amazing. Cowan Equipment poll question, and I'll tell you what it is after LT tells us about the great folks at Cowan, who's with us every week.
Having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment? Check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 1-800-239-COWAN for more information. You can always go online. Go to cowan.com.
What surprises you more right now? Clemson being 2-2 or the Chiefs being 1-2? LT?
Clemson being 2-2. I thought the AFC West would be much improved. Now, I didn't realize that Kansas City would be at the bottom of the West right now, which they are. Denver's got your number 1 overall defense in the NFL. Vegas has got your number 1 offense overall. The Chargers should be undefeated if it wasn't for a bad call last week against Dallas. I mean, that's a really good division. We talk about the NFC West. The AFC West is really, really good. But Clemson, with what they had coming back, I thought they were going to have an elite defense. I thought DJ was going to be really, really good. I am shocked they're already 2-2.
You can go vote right now at Next Round Live. Clemson or Chiefs, the surprise. More on the Next Round after this.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajalia brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Buying a house is stressful. Selling a home is stressful. It's an emotional process leaving your home where you raised your family and moving to the home of your dreams. You need a realtor to help you buy with confidence and sell with success. That realtor is Holly Mack Wilson. She is an experienced realtor who often gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Call Holly Mack Wilson and let her help you buy with confidence and sell with success. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Keller Williams Tuscaloosa realtor.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
For your next round of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services, do what my family does and trust Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Wayne's may be headquartered here in Birmingham, but they're serving more than 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville. And right now, get started with their EnviroPest service for $60 off when you use the code TNR. Get started by calling 866-WAYNES1 and don't forget the code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
You'll have to see it to believe it.
Gosh, dang.
Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. With the promise of the big one around every turn and a party around every inch of the campground, it's a tradition like no other, at a track like no other. And after it's all over, you still won't believe it ever happened. NASCAR playoffs at Talladega, October 2nd through the 3rd.
Man, that was wild.
Get your tickets for the Yellowwood 500 weekend now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Football season is now in full swing, and you need to be winning with us at Lance'sLock.com. You get the free lock during the show, but get even more with a subscription at Lance'sLock.com. Get Lance's full slate of college football games every Saturday, as well as Sunday's NFL, all with the same subscription. No complicated or expensive weekend packages. Get everything. All leagues, every day. Only $90 a month, breaking down to $3 a day. If you want to win this football season, jump on your phone, tablet, or computer right now and go to Lance'sLock.com and get on board with us.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Fun first hour here on the next round. If you missed it, it's podcasted every day, by hour, by segments, a variety of different ways every day at nextroundlive.com. You can always catch us on the Next Round app, and you watch us today on YouTube, on Twitch, on Facebook, on Instagram, and on Twitter. For some of you that are watching now on a different platform today, Periscope went away over the weekend, but we are on Twitter Live, which is where most of you got the Periscope anyway. So please make the adjustments there if you're the Twitter family there. If not, come join us on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and elsewhere. As Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, and Forrester roll into hour number 2 today, presented by Bud Light from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio. And this hour, Brownie, being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, listen, if you want free tickets to watch your favorite college football team play this year, do not miss your chance to enter the Mortgage Right College Football Big Ticket Giveaway. Here's all you do. Go to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's for the next round, mortgageright.com/TNR. Submit a mortgage application, and any application filled out during the month of September will be automatically entered into the contest. So you've got another week to do this, or really less than a week, just a few days to enter this, and they will draw October 1st. If you want to be the winner, mortgageright.com/TNR. And enter that application today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
By the way, Alabama #1 in the AP poll, but they lost one first-place vote from 59 to 58. 4 for Georgia now. They're number 2. Alabama gets number 12. Ole Miss in Tuscaloosa, SEC Nation. Our friend Laura Rutledge and Feinbaum will be there for that one. Game day will be in Athens for number 2 Georgia hosting number 8 Arkansas. And then Cincinnati's on the road in South Bend, number 7, number 9 there in that matchup. Just a great slate of games. And we've sent out our worksheet already from our social media platforms on Twitter. If you want to go chase those down or go to our website and you can print those right there. The TV schedule, which as I hold it up for you, the red is the Impact games of the week.
Ooh, look at all those.
And we have red everywhere this week. It is Impact everywhere.
You were talking me out of going to Tuscaloosa this weekend. I was thinking about going to a game. I don't go to a lot of games during the year. But based on the conversations we were having before the show and what you brought up during the show on how many potential upsets we've got, I might have to stay.
I'm with Lance because just the 2:30 window.
By the way, everyone in the chat room thinks I look better this way.
Yeah, keep doing that. Just the 2:30 window, Lance. You're going to have Cincinnati, Notre Dame nearing halftime. Alabama, Ole Miss, biggest game in the nation. Oregon, Stanford, eminently losable game for Oregon.
Yes. And watching Oregon on late Saturday night against
Arizona, no good.
Now, I brought up the fact that Graham Mertz was bad. Mm-hmm. If you watch McLeod for Arizona, he threw 5 picks.
Yep. Kansas State, Oklahoma, eminently losable game for Oklahoma on the road at Kansas State. Ohio State, Rutgers. I think it's a losable game for Ohio State, the way they're playing right now.
As bad as Ohio State's defense has been, I just don't know if Rutgers got the offense.
I don't think they do.
I feel you.
But you play poorly enough. Yeah. I mean, all those are losable games, Jim, that would affect the national championship picture, and they're all at the same time. I don't know that I can be in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, 1 through 14, 1 through 15. If you throw Texas A&M in there, all games that could end up being losses. And the AP poll has already had 25 losses through 4 weeks. That is an AP poll record. And there are more coming this week. Rockstar, can you give me cut number 1? Well, TJ Finley, and then we'll back it up on cut number 5, Brian Harsin. Bo Nix will be with us coming up at the top of the hour, brought to you by our friends at Craneworks and RentalWorks, part of our name, image, and likeness agreement with Bo. John Mechie with us every Thursday. But I want you to, for a lot of fans, this will be the first time you've heard from TJ Finley, the guy who was QB2, and he came in and saved the day. And he tells a story about the message he gave the team. Remember where you are, blocked punt, cuts it to within a 24-19, but then they do get a punt off, Georgia State does, and it coffin corners it, man, out at the 2-yard line. So that's now 2-yard line, 98 yards away from Auburn avoiding the upset, and TJ Finley's the quarterback. What message did you give the team, TJ?
TJ, what was your message to the rest of the team there as you guys start that drive at your own 2-yard line?
Let's do it. Let's have a 98-yard touchdown drive. It was simple as that. I told everybody to do their job. They told me, TJ, they got me. I told them, I got y'all. It was as simple as that, and we got together and we got the job done.
So to sort of recap what we had to start the show, you think TJ's your guy going into Baton Rouge. Brown, you seem to think it could be Bo going into Baton Rouge. Well, if I ask you the question, does that the confidence that he had there going out on the field and what the teammates were giving him back, do you think that would have been the same way with Bo, or did that give you a little insight to maybe this team buys into TJ a little more?
I don't think the offense would have gone out, we got Bo Nix, let's don't drive down 98 and score and beat Georgia State. I think they're going to want to win that game, obviously, so they're going to do whatever it takes to win the game. It's not a good option. And Lance, I know you think TJ Finley's starting. You agree with me. Brian Harsin does not have a great option.
Oh, no, I would agree. Yeah. I don't think you've got, I know you don't have an elite quarterback on that roster.
Right. So I just think, Jim, you have to evaluate the psychological makeup for TJ Finley in this whole deal. How are his emotions going to be going and starting against his old team in his old stadium in front of an amped, juiced crowd? Keep in mind, this is the first time a conference game really in Tiger Stadium, conference night game in Tiger Stadium in quite a while.
Yeah, but Brian Harsin has showed
it's going to be an amped crowd.
To bench Bo Nix, he already is not afraid of change. He's already fired his wide receivers coach 4 games in. So, he's going to do what he feels is going to give Auburn their best opportunity to win the game. It seems like TJ at least had the attention of the teammates there late. If Bo got the start, just imagine, we know Bo has struggled on the road. He goes out, throws a pick 6 to start the game. If you're one of those Auburn players, you're looking at your head coach like, TJ just led us on this 98-yard drive, and you go back to Bo, and now we're in a 7-0 hole.
But if I'm also an Auburn fan, what if TJ does that?
Bingo.
Now, is he looking over his shoulder at Bo?
I think both these guys are going to look over their shoulders all year.
There's no doubt now. Yeah, now that you've pulled the Band-Aid off, Bo Nix, anytime he starts to struggle, is probably going to start looking over his shoulder. Yeah.
Well, you also wonder, are coaches looking over their shoulders at this point?
Well, I think you probably have to.
Cornelius Williams gets fired, and here comes Eric Gesaw, who was with him at Boise State. He was the OC with him at Boise State. He's been an offensive analyst. Now he's an on-the-field coach with him as a receivers coach. So he brings in a little comfort level, putting one of his guys that he had at Boise with him on that coaching staff.
Well, if this is truly performance-based on Cornelius Williams, and we don't know. We really don't know the facts. But if it's performance-based, there's other guys that got to be held accountable. Mike Bobo's got to be held accountable. Brian Harsin has to be held accountable.
Derek Mason has to be held accountable.
Yeah.
And I know we sing the praises of that hire in the offseason, and on the surface it looked like a good hire. That defense has not played well.
Well, McLean coming back in the second half, I think it was a much different defense, but they didn't seem prepared. Yeah. I mean, again, for Tucker Gregg to look like the Mike Allstott from the Purdue days, that was embarrassing.
Where did the success come running the football? Right up the middle.
Popo was out.
Popo was out, and McLean was sitting out the first half, and Georgia State did nothing. Thank God for Auburn, did nothing in the second half. Here's Brian Harsin after the game. This is from Saturday post game down at Auburn. Brian Harsin on making the switch, and who makes that call?
Well, you saw the same thing I did. We weren't really doing anything. We had played every running back. We played every wide receiver. You're not going to switch your offensive line out. And I made the decision to change and try to create some type of momentum at the offensive, at the quarterback position for the offense. And so that was my decision. That was my decision. That was something that, I tell our quarterbacks all the time, like, control what you can control. I've coached that position for a long time. I played that position. And, you can only control what you're doing on the field. And, guys around you have to make plays. That's the one thing about the quarterback position. You get way too much credit and way too much blame. And I made the decision to make a change and see if we could just create some momentum. And we did, and it worked in our favor.
Okay, our Michelson see clearly now moment is who starts at quarterback moving forward, brought to you by our great friends at Michelson.
Yeah, make that call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation if you've been dealing with the contact solution. You're wasting money each and every year. I did that for almost a decade. Now I finally went in almost 20 years ago, got the procedure done, only took 12 minutes for both eyes. I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Make the call, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. Again, free consultation. You can always go online, go to michelsonlaservision.com. Dr. Mark Michelson truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. Call today, 205-969-8100.
All right, so Kalen Newton with the block punt changed momentum. Got to give him credit. And you got to give credit to Shedrick Jackson, Hoover guy, right?
Yeah.
Jackson working, because that's not the route, right? When he scrambles like that, that's not the route. The route, it becomes a fire drill at that point.
Yeah, find open spot.
And Jackson found an open spot, and Finley kept the play open and throws the touchdown on a 4th and 9. You didn't have a bailout in that situation. So from 24-12 to a 34-24 victory, Auburn survives. Now they go to LSU to jump into SEC play. I want to give a little time here to what Arkansas did to Texas A&M, and I'll start off this part of the conversation by asking you guys: Do you believe Texas A&M is done losing? Do you believe this Texas A&M team is still going to be one of the top 15, top 10 teams in America when it's all said and done?
I do not think that, no. First of all, they get Alabama in a couple of weeks, and if Haynes King isn't back 100% for that game, and he's still on crutches on the sideline, so it's hard to think he's going to be back for that game.
Yeah, not even to a boot yet. He's on crutches.
Yeah, Lance, I don't know what Las Vegas will make the line for this game, but based on what I saw Saturday, Alabama beats Texas A&M going away.
Well, let's say that Alabama covers this week against Ole Miss. Alabama will be maybe a 14-point favorite on the road against A&M.
They win that game going away. Dunaway, Texas A&M couldn't block 3 with 5. Arkansas was rushing 3 that whole game, and they're getting all over Calzada.
Yeah, Mississippi State's defense is as good, I think, as Arkansas's. They're right there with it.
So you would say Mississippi State. I would say definitely Alabama and Ole Miss are a very dangerous game for Texas A&M.
At Missouri's a dangerous game.
If they played LSU right now, I can't swear A&M's going to win that game.
So they just won 11 straight, most of those SEC games. And now you guys are saying this is the beginning of a pretty average rest of the year for Jimbo Fisher.
Based on what I've seen.
Like, I mean, they've still got to play. They still got to play Mississippi State at home this week. I think they win that game.
They've had some O-line injuries.
Mm-hmm.
So if you start getting some people back there, they play 4 of their next 5 at Kyle Field, which could help as well.
But one of those is Alabama, so that it's not going to help you enough there.
On the Arkansas side, let's take a breath to just soak in what Arkansas was and what they are now. They're number 8 in the country, and they're going to play Georgia on College game day. Arkansas was 0-16 in the SEC in 2018 and 2019, 4-20 overall, but they were 0-16 in the conference.
Yeah, they lost 19 straight conference games.
And now they're on College game day. You cannot say enough for Sam Pittman.
You really can, and his quarterback's getting better. KJ Jefferson is still really raw. When you watch him, he's got all the ability in the world, but he still misses a throw here and there. He'll make a mistake here and there.
You know what he does that's important for the way he plays is he throws and connects that deep ball occasionally, or at least he throws it, not afraid to, if he throws an incomplete pass. And that keeps the backside of that defensive backfield, the safeties or such, from coming up and helping on that run. They're able to run the football with 3-4 running backs, and he's able to run the football, and you really can't come up and help because they'll throw it over the top like they did twice on Texas A&M.
Well, look, I am prepared now to say Sam Pittman right now is the third best coach in the SEC. I really am. They have dominated the state of Texas. The Texas 40-21 win wasn't even close. They led that game wire to wire. They led A&M 17-0 on Saturday. That game was never close. Now, I do think more than likely you've got back-to-back losses coming this weekend, obviously in Athens.
Tough spot.
Then you've got to go to Oxford.
And KJ Jefferson's at least hobbled.
But then you got some wins coming up because based on – and look, Auburn's still Auburn, so they could win this game. But based on what I have seen up until this point, Auburn going to Fayetteville does not look good for the Tigers.
Arkansas is the better team. I don't think there's any doubt right now Arkansas is better than Auburn. Again, KJ Jefferson, he's limping at the end of that game. They had to go to the backup. They still win the game.
Bruised knee, but once the pain cream, I think it's the way he described it, they put some pain stuff on him, and by the time it started to work, he came back in at the end.
Yeah.
So that's encouraging. It was a bruised knee, no damage according to that.
Yeah. So I mean,
but if Arkansas ended up at 8-4 this year,
that's amazing.
It's amazing.
Coach of the year.
But if you're an Arkansas fan, if you're Sam Pittman, if you're one of those players, now you're in the top. You control everything. I mean, there's only a certain amount of teams that control their entire destiny. Arkansas wins out. They win a national championship. I know. Look, 8-4 still to me would be incredible. But if you're one of those players, I mean, you want to win all these, right?
Yeah, but to Troy's point, probably 4 weeks into the 2010 season, you probably would have said, right now, man, that quarterback Cam Newton's starting to look pretty good. He's starting to find his own. And, it's weird to say this, but Auburn, if they control their own destiny, if they win them all, they'll be national champions. And Troy says KJ Jefferson starting to look a lot like Cam Newton to him.
I heard the comparisons on Saturday during the broadcast.
We will need to tap some brakes here.
Big physical guy.
Yeah, let's back this thing up.
I don't think he's got the Cam speed. Cam didn't really have that bust-out game. You saw flashes first couple of games. I think it was against Kentucky or South Carolina.
Clemson to South Carolina. Kentucky's the one where he led them basically on the single-handed 9-minute drive to seal the game.
No, but a fourth down play, Cam was going out of bounds in the air, throws a completion to keep that drive alive to keep him unbeaten.
I mean, right now, we know Corral and Bryce Young are your best quarterbacks in this conference. Where does KJ Jefferson stack up in the SEC amongst quarterbacks?
Well, JT Daniels, I would say, is still in front of him.
Yeah.
You know who's not in front of him anymore is Will Levis.
No, I tried to tell you guys.
Is Emory Jones in front of him?
I think Emory Jones is. Yeah, Emory Jones playing really good football since the second quarter of the Bama game.
KJ Jefferson played his best game of his career against Missouri. I think I've got him over Baszler.
Yeah, I think I'd have him fifth. Only, Baszler's not winning games. That's his problem. Yeah. He may be playing well, but he's not leading his team to wins, and Jefferson is at least.
To me, Brown comes across as a guy, as we're tapping the brakes here, that during your dating days, did you tap hard and try to reach out and keep people from hitting the dashboard?
I didn't have to use those tricks, Jim.
You didn't have to use those tricks?
Stop short.
So do you still do that if somebody's in your front seat?
Just out of habit. Now, it is uncomfortable if it's like, used to be my mother-in-law or something.
I ran the stop sign. Don't worry about it.
Did you do that on first dates?
Why are you asking me if I did that? What are you getting at?
No, you just were tapping the brakes on the Cam and Superman comparison.
I think we need to settle down on KJ Jefferson. He's a really nice quarterback.
And it felt like you're breaking short on us. I was expecting you to reach out and get a feel for me.
He's not. I mean, Cam Newton literally willed a team to a national championship. KJ Jefferson ain't doing that.
Yeah.
And again, I still think Arkansas's got 4 or 5 losses in them.
I haven't seen the stat. I'm sure somebody's put it out there. When's the last time Arkansas beat both Texas and Texas A&M in the same year? They used to play them every year.
Southwest Conference days?
Yeah. So
that'd be something.
I tell you, man.
I would imagine it didn't happen a lot, though.
Yeah.
We talk about Georgia fan has got to be just the most frustrated fan out there. I think A&M's got to be really close.
Paying a lot to be not even the best in your division.
I mean, the
and not even the
Hillbilly
second best in your
got
division.
out coached.
He did by a guy that seemed to be an afterthought hire. And we go pay $70 million guaranteed for our guy. $75 million guaranteed for our guy.
Oh, and by the way, just got a raise.
Yeah. And this is what I'm getting out of it. And they're not done losing either. That's part of the problem is it's not just this one game. It's not like they just lost to Alabama again. They lost to Arkansas.
But the comedy in this is Texas A&M fans had one game circled, and we talked about it last week.
Undefeated.
Now you got a really difficult game. I thought A&M would finally bust out this game. I really did.
It's funny. We talked about can Alabama make it to the A&M game undefeated. You got to go to Florida. You never know. They get Ole Miss. That was a tricky game last year. Who knows if Miami might be a little improved? Can Alabama even make it there undefeated? A&M didn't make it undefeated.
Well, A&M might have 2 losses.
I know.
You know who else had that game circled?
Who?
CBS.
Yes, they did. Prime time.
Yep. They sort of probably wish they had this week.
You think?
A little doubleheader this week, they'd be pretty happy having Georgia and Arkansas 2-8, and then prime time with Alabama, Ole Miss 1-12.
What a day! What a day!
Somebody up there in New York's going, my bad.
Instead, Game Day gets the other game and is putting it with their prime crew on ESPN
at 11 o'clock.
At 11 o'clock,
straight out of Game Day with Herb Street and Fowler and Holly on the call there. All right, Arkansas. Number 8 in the country. They were number 8 since we've been doing a show, though. They were number 8 in 2012.
Petrino, LT's boy.
So not that long ago, we were doing a show together back then. You keep them rolling. Keep those comments in the chat room coming, and also the tweets at Next Round Live, and voting all of our poll questions. I think I have a poll question now. Brown, check in the break and see if I've got one out on who would you start, Bo or TJ. If I don't, we'll throw that out because I want to get what the public is thinking as well in our Cowan Equipment poll questions. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Standifer Insurance Agency. And Standifer wants to remind you can also listen to the show today on Odyssey, and you can tell Alexa or Echo that you want the next round too.
All right. Auto rates have lowered 4 times in the last 12 months, so it's a great time to call Jessup Standifer and the Standifer Insurance Group and get an insurance checkup. Have what you pay each month, and your coverage is ready to go. And give them a call, 664-3200, 664-3200. Let them do an insurance checkup for you, and hopefully they can save for you as they save for me. 664-3200 or the Standifer Insurance Group on the web, standiferinsurancegroup.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. Major situation the other day. Basement and garage flooded. So who did I call? Our friends at Dry Tech Water Restoration. Call them today, 205-637-0143. They were at my house within an hour. They will always respond quickly, and they answer the phone, 205-637-0143. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. No ties to any insurance companies. Go online, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com, or call 205-637-0143. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
The Next Round is proud to partner with our friends at Taco Mama to support local Alabama startups. Taco Mama is celebrating their 10th anniversary, and as part of this celebration, Taco Mama wants to give back to startups that are trying to build their new business and live out their dreams. As part of this promotion, Taco Mama and the Next Round wants you to send us a 90-second or less video telling us a little bit about your startup. The Next Round will select multiple winners, and they will receive a taco bar compliments of our friends at Taco Mama, and one lucky startup will receive 1 month's free advertising thanks to our friends at Taco Mama. Taco Mama knows how difficult these first steps are, and they want to support local startups and make their journey just a little bit easier. Really simple. Email us that 90-second video or less, staff@nextroundlive.com. That's staff@nextroundlive.com. Again, Taco Mama celebrating their 10th anniversary, and as part of this celebration, they want to give back to startups trying to build their new businesses throughout the state of Alabama. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Excalibur Services, a name you can trust when it comes to residential heating, AC, and electrical services. Excalibur is growing and looking for exceptional HVAC techs, plumbers, and electricians. 205-718-8688. Alabama license number 15214.
Hello, I'm J.L. Shea, and 4 generations of Sheas have run our business in the same spot in downtown Homewood. People ask me from time to time why we do what we do. I can tell you that it's just not all about the clothes, although we are a little obsessive about the brands we bring into our store. No, we do what we do because of people just like you. And through all these years, I've learned one critical lesson. The most important part of a man's wardrobe is fit. When your clothes fit, they feel like part of you, not just something you put on in the morning. You move more easily, you feel more confident. And fit is not an accident or a matter of luck. It shows whether you're buying a made-to-measure suit, a jacket off the rack, or a pair of jeans. We're going to ensure that the fit is perfectly you. Come see us at Shea's. I promise you'll notice a difference. That's Shea's in downtown Homewood, where we have been since 1922.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Rockstar's viewing menu in just a second. A couple other notes from the NFL yesterday, other than my Buccaneers losing to the Rams, which was the game of the day. But last night, Packers and 49ers, as you watch that, the 49ers had been 1-87 since 2000 when trailing by 17 at any point during the game. They come back, and it looks like they have won the football game.
Scored too quick.
They really did. I thought
they only left him 37 seconds.
That's all he needs.
Yeah,
when Jusic fell in the end zone, I thought they have scored too quickly.
And look, you got to score when you can score.
Yeah,
so it's not like you can, down it at the one and we're going to take our chances and run that clock. But you just had a feeling that Mason Crosby was going to have an opportunity, and Crosby in those situations typically pretty good.
But you went to Crosby. I mean, give some credit to the guy you don't love, Aaron Rodgers.
I've always said he is one of the best quarterbacks I've ever seen. I just think he's greasy and I don't like him.
The Devontae Adams, the hit on Adams.
I cannot believe they didn't call targeting.
That everyone was going crazy. I don't think they call it targeting in the NFL, but there is something you can be ejected if the hit is so blatant, right? You can be ejected in the NFL, I believe.
So. I don't know. I
think so.
Well, I don't think it was that blatant, but that was a 15-yard penalty.
But is it because of the angle? I mean, he goes up through the ball with his helmet, but he goes through the ball
and through the chin
and knocks the ball out. And then it hits him in the chin.
Yeah.
But it looks really bad in the NFL when on the very next series, as Adams is still, as many people pointed out, he was down on the turf longer than he was in the tent for his
one play
for his concussion protocol testing. But the very next play, the next series, they get a roughing the passer that Garoppolo doesn't even go to the ground for.
Yep.
Just a little high bump, basically, and they throw the flag for roughing the passer. Meanwhile, Pittman is pulling, turf out of his ear holes. He got hit so hard.
No,
it's just the dynamics of the NFL right now is just so hard about protecting the moneymakers, the quarterbacks.
Yeah. Oh, it's insane how much they protect the quarterbacks. But Devontae Adams, that hit on a college football Saturday, that's an immediate ejection.
Oh yeah, they might not even go to review on that one. They don't even go put the headset on and put their head in the oven.
But I was a little surprised they didn't call that last night.
Yeah. Jamar Chase, by the way, everyone was worried about. Everybody was talking about practice.
I started him yesterday, Dunaway.
Yeah, you beat me pretty badly in that too. Jamar Chase, 4 touchdowns in 3 games.
He's pretty good.
Those preseason drops, not a problem anymore.
They are not. But his former teammate Clyde Edwards-Helaire, his drops are a problem.
Yeah, and the Chiefs lose again.
Yeah, he's fumbling.
Taking out of that Pittsburgh game, I still don't know how Pittsburgh beat Buffalo because I do believe Buffalo is the best team in the NFL.
It was crazy.
But Pittsburgh, offensively, Roethlisberger's done. The offensive line is completely awful. I feel bad for Najee Harris because he's really good, and that guy is just going to be – he's going to get 20, 25 touches a game.
Yeah, he's going to be worn down.
And you start to look at the AFC North, Baltimore's not going anywhere. I mean, they didn't play well yesterday. Cleveland is really good. Cincinnati, I thought they would be improved, and they're improved.
Yep.
Pittsburgh looks like the worst team right now in the AFC North.
Yeah, a really interesting day in the National Football League continues tonight with Monday Night Football. And special guest on the Mannings?
Yeah, Nick Saban is going to be on the Manning cast tonight. If you enjoy watching Peyton and Eli, I don't have ESPN sent it to me. I don't know what quarter it's going to be in. I'll see if I can find that.
Guess who will not be able to watch that?
Well, us.
Yeah, we'll be in Selma. We're excited about that. Selma Quarterback Club tonight. Let's do Rockstar's viewing menu this time every day. It's brought to you by the great folks at New Life Art. A lot of great pictures you guys have been sending in for New Life Art's caption of the Monday, whatever you did on Saturday at the football games. A lot of good pictures. Keep those coming in, and we'll have a great prize for one winner from our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years now. For more information, call 1-800-735-2787. You can also check out his incredible work. Go to danielmooreart.com.
9 p.m. on A&E, they got a special called Voices Magnified Youth Digital Crisis. This special will tell first-person stories of teens and young adults grappling with the obsessive use of social media, computers, mobile devices, and video games. With the wife, we went to a restaurant, like 2-3 weeks ago, and there was a booth with 3 girls and 3 guys, young, probably in their early 20s.
Did they go all guys, all girls?
That was intermixed.
Okay.
Every single one of them, the majority of the meal was on their phones.
Yeah.
Like not even looking at each other.
It's an epidemic.
So this is what this is all about. And 7 p.m. on BBC, one of the greatest British movies ever, Goodfellas. Lance, would you be into a remake of Goodfellas?
No.
What about The Godfather?
No.
Because you know
I've brought that up before as The Godfather. Like if you
somebody will do it.
Somebody will do it. They've done it with all the great movies, just about.
Yeah, I think you got to get the rights, though. You got to secure the rights, and I don't think Francis Ford Coppola would let anyone. I don't think his family would let anyone touch The Godfather.
What kind of money they got? I mean, he made Godfather 3 because he was broke, right?
Well, he's got a wine.
He's got a vineyard.
Oh, okay. He needed money then.
And then 6 p.m. on HBO, an odd movie, Vanilla Sky, with Tom Cruise, and everybody forgets that Kurt Russell was in that film.
Yeah, he was. He was his therapist,
Yeah.
and that was the really good Cameron Diaz.
The best Cameron Diaz.
She was
Really
filthy
good-
in that movie.
Really good Penelope Cruz, too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think I would lean Penelope.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, I would totally.
Oh, make that another question, Brown. So
In their prime, Penelope Cruz
in Vanilla Sky
or Cameron Diaz.
Do you not know how to do a poll?
I'll do it in the commercial break. I'll
Sorry,
send out a poll question
am I
at the
doing?
commercial break.
I've
Got a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah,
A lot of balls in the air, bro.
In Vanilla Sky, better looking Cameron Diaz or Penelope Cruz?
It was close, but I would go Penelope Cruz.
ESPN tells me it is a fluid situation. We don't know yet on which quarter Nick Saban's going to be on tonight.
So, in other words, it's anytime Nick Saban wants to join the show.
Whenever the connection hits.
They
yes.
will work him in. All right, that's what Rockstar is watching, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. He'll tell you about his realty guy in just a second. More college football from over the weekend. If we start piling up, and we got Bo Nix coming up at the top of the hour, the Auburn quarterback, whether he's QB1 or QB2, we may be able to find out from Bo Nix at the top of the hour. If I said, give me an overreaction from this past weekend. A lot of them have been Arkansas overreactions. And Chad writes in and says, listen, I'm an Arkansas alum, and I've watched Arkansas for the last 30 years. It's undescribable how bad they were under Morris. I thought Nutt's reclamation project in 1998 was good coaching. What Pittman has done with what was a Kansas-esque program is incredible, says Chad, who's an Arkansas person. So I don't think it's an overreaction to have Arkansas at number 8. Somebody's going to lose this weekend between Georgia and Arkansas. Where is an overreaction from this past weekend for you?
I would say Oklahoma's dead and buried, but their offense just isn't good. I mean, it's really not.
They were chanting in the stands, we want Caleb. We want Caleb.
That's the overreaction. I mean, Spencer Rattler has not been great.
But he's still a really good quarterback, and we've seen him be an elite quarterback at the end of last year, and the receivers haven't played well.
They have not. And
by the way, his offensive line has not played well.
I thought that was the overreaction, Jim. And was that the Herb Street game? He was calling the fans out for it, right? He's like, I can't believe the fans under me are chanting for the backup quarterback.
Look, I know you were dogging them out after, was it week one?
Who?
The defense, Alex Grinch.
Yeah, they've gotten better.
That is a Big 12 championship defense.
It is, but their offense went the other way. That's
know.
the weird thing.
I don't know if their defense is better than the other team in Oklahoma in the Big 12. Oklahoma State's defense has been really good.
Well, I think Oklahoma State, Baylor, and I got to give Dave Aranda a lot of credit. I thought he was completely overwhelmed with that job last year.
4-0 now.
And now they're 4-0, and I still don't know how they beat Iowa State. I don't know how Iowa State loses some of these games. And somebody asked me at dinner last night. I sat next to this random dude, big listener of the show, which we appreciate, and he's a big Florida fan. And he said, would you want Matt Campbell at USC? And for whatever reason, Matt Campbell in these really tight games and games against teams he shouldn't lose, it just doesn't get done. I like Matt Campbell. He's done a great job at Iowa State. But watching that game Saturday, they have so many opportunities like the game against Iowa, and they just find ways to lose these games.
Back to the Oklahoma game with them chanting, we want Caleb for Caleb Williams. Oklahoma averaged 2 yards per carry in that game. Their longest run was 9 yards. Well, so it's not just a quarterback problem.
I'm saying that's what it's an offensive line problem because
exactly.
You've got really good running backs in Kennedy Brooks and Eric Gray. And I do question where they are right now on their wide receivers, but I do think it starts up front with that offensive line.
West Virginia and 16 points, Brown. The last time Oklahoma scored that few points. Give me a year.
Oh, gosh. I mean, it's got to go back.
I mean, instantly you go back to the national championship game, Stoops beating.
That was 2000. It's got to be since then. That
it is since then, yeah. But it was a bowl game.
2008.
2014 Russell Athletic Bowl, so I assume that was 2014.
That was a bad Oklahoma team if they're in the Russell Athletic Bowl.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the last time they scored 16 points or fewer in a game.
That was Landry Jones.
Yeah, I mean, that's hard to believe. West Virginia, though, I think maybe he's got a little better defense than they've had in the past.
No, West Virginia, again,
that's a 2-2 team, but they've played well to be 2-2.
Complete meltdown in the second half against Virginia Tech, but Virginia Tech had a 1st and goal at the end of that game, and they were able to hold them out. So West Virginia can play good defense.
Yeah. So overreaction for you this weekend.
Well, that was it. I mean, that was it. Them cheering for the backup quarterback. I mean, but
they were doing it at Auburn, too. We sent video out of them wanting TJ.
There's no doubt. Auburn fans were booing their offense. I mean, but, it's kind of hard for me to criticize Auburn fans for booing their offense. You saw that offense. You're playing Georgia State. You got to be better than that. But Oklahoma fans were both booing the offense and cheering for the backup. Look, I mean, Bo Nix has played worse than Spencer Rattler. And I've never been the biggest Spencer Rattler fan, but I don't think it's quite time to be cheering for the backup for undefeated and still alive in the national championship on Oklahoma.
And I was amazed at how bad Rattler played early on last year, but completely turned a corner. And I don't know if it's going to happen now. I mean, don't know, you're right, the offensive line, but Rattler's still got to be better.
Yeah. I don't, at Kansas State, 2 straight Kansas State's got on them. The way Oklahoma's playing right now, that's not off the table.
Yeah. Overreactions, we'll get some more of those. So we'll tell you who right now is putting out a diamond performance as a coach. He won a rivalry game again over the weekend. This is brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's.
Yes, Bromberg's, nothing like getting or giving that silver box. Holiday season right around the corner. Family owned and operated since 1836, Bromberg's. They've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's has also got an extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's today. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
Cody Clark says overreaction. Auburn still ranked as an overreaction from him. Tripp gives us Oklahoma as a house of cards right now, waiting to fall.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
The diamond performance from a coach right now is Sonny Dykes. But unlike Bromberg's, who doesn't go away during November and December, Bromberg's is there for the holidays. Dykes teams have gone away in November and December. In 2019, they started 8-0. In 2020, they started 5-0. They're unbeaten again. They beat TCU 42-34 over the weekend. And you think Sonny Dykes and you think this innovative passing offense all the time, they rushed for 350 yards against a Gary Patterson TCU coach defense. That's only been done one other time. And they were just short of 600 yards of offense. Dykes has a hell of an offense down at SMU, and that's a dangerous team in the American down the stretch unless they do what they've done the last 2 years.
His quarterback is a guy that replaced Spencer Rattler in the Texas game last year in Tanner Mordecai, so they've got a really good offense. This is what's scary for Gary Patterson and TCU. They ran the ball. Got to watch a lot of that game on FS1 this past weekend. Ran the ball down their throat. Now TCU gets Bijan Robinson in the Texas offense that went almost 700 yards, over 300 in the air, over 300 on the ground. So if you can't stop SMU, I just wonder what Bijan Robinson is going to be able to do to that TCU defense.
You know, one of the best ground generals in the history of American military was Ulysses S. Grant. I don't even know if that's true.
Go on.
Yeah, I'm backing off. Let's go.
Ulysses.
Actually, I think he was and I could be completely wrong, but
I'm
I think he was more water.
No, it was a Civil War.
Yeah, we didn't have a good Navy then.
Yeah, Ulysses Bentley is the running back for SMU that went 153. I was just going to try to do a Ronaldo tie-in.
Give us a check on this, Brown.
Yeah. I mean, there was no aircraft in the Civil War.
Well, that's true. I guess all of them were good ground generals.
Well,
then.
we did have a Navy. There were navies.
There were submarines.
There were submarines.
Yeah.
God, that must have been hell.
Oh, what a Civil War submarine?
Yeah.
I think it's good enough. She sings.
Hey, to spend the night on one of those.
Oh, my God. Oh.
Like there's a bunch of them riddled at the bottom of Mobile Bay, I think.
Boy, they did not have nut dust back then either.
Oh, no. Well, I'm sure it was probably just one or two seaters, right? Not a bunch of people piled into a Civil War.
Are you on his wiki right now?
I am on his wiki. It has a lot on there. I don't think I'm going to be able to answer this question. But how often do you think the torpedoes misfired in the Civil War submarine?
Went straight down.
We blew some of those right up, though.
Yeah, it went backwards. We loaded that one the wrong way.
Oops. Right here in the cabin.
Yeah. You just don't see many Ulysses out there anymore.
You know, that's the name we got away from. And he was a president, too. You would think being a president would make that name popular.
Yeah,
and he's on money.
Yeah.
Ulysses Bentley. That's a unique name for the SMU running back. 153 for him. Rusty says, crazy that Bowling Green, as much as we bash Bowling Green on this show, they beat Minnesota over the weekend. That from Rusty.
Wow. Last year, by far, the worst team in college football was Bowling Green. And Scott Loeffler, got to give him credit. In year two, they are much improved. But that's one of those losses for P.J. Fleck. You can't even describe it. You're a 30.5-point favorite. You lose at home to Bowling Green.
Longtime starter Tanner Morgan, 5 of 13, 59 yards in that.
Hey, and if you were worried about your boy rolling his boat out there to the USC job, you can forget that.
Yeah.
That's over. I don't think you wanted him, though, did you?
No. I mean, I wouldn't have minded, but now.
Not now.
30.5-point underdog.
Yeah.
Bowling Green wins that outright.
Yeah, I saw a stat on that about how unprecedented that was.
I think it's the second one in this century, highest upset.
Yeah, there was something at a conference or something like that. I mean, that was a pretty significant upset. They were Bowling Green. Maybe we should rank them.
Jeffrey says Grant was more into whiskey. Well, who wasn't?
Back then.
I see he was 5'7".
Ulysses S. Grant was only
Really?
5'7"?
Taller on that horse. Aren't we all? All right, Rockstar is going to tell us about his guy, Adam Realty. No, Adam Mestre.
Mestre.
Yes.
At MD Realty.
Send me the song again.
It is MESTRE at MD Realty. Adam is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help you walk through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 at MD Realty. We make house calls.
Much more college football, and one interesting stat from the Alabama game that blows my mind, and I think it blew Brown's mind too. It comes from Brad Edwards, friend of the show, next on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's First Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Cool weather is approaching, and now is the time to get your heating system checked out. Excalibur Services excels in all residential heating, cooling, or electrical problems or upgrades you may have in your home. Owned by a Marine veteran, Excalibur uses highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts to ensure the job is done correctly and in a timely manner. If you're looking for a company you can trust to do it right, call Excalibur today at 205-718-8688 or at excaliburservice.com. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
I'm Jim Dunaway from my friends at ERA King Real Estate. They know better agents make better deals. That's why they support their agents with innovative training and technology that helps them provide value to you. Find your agent by texting the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. Even though home values may change, ERA King agents stay priceless. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Those big home games are coming, and you need the game day gear from the Pants Store. Game day polos from Cutter and Buck, Antigua, and Taylor and Mick. Every guy loves a great hat. The Pants Store has all the hats, Yeti coolers, cups, Huggies, plus sunglass brands for men and women. Ray-Ban, Costa, and Gooder. See everything at pantsstore.com, including ladies' game day fashion in smocked waist shorts, skirts, skirts, booties, and bodysuits. All this at 5 locations of the Pants Store in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and online at pantsstore.com.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Appreciate the smartest viewers in the world. Just Matt sending us the sketch of a Civil War submarine. 9 men down there, hours at a time, turning the prop by hand.
I did not consider that fact that those were hand-cranked submarines in the Civil War.
Oh, did you think they're...
Oh, I just didn't think about it, Rockstar. I mean, I just didn't stop and think, how did they get the prop moving?
See if I can get some stuff pulled up.
Oh, he sent us an amazing photo. Can you imagine, and as he says, Dunaway, can you imagine that smell? 9 guys in a steel tube turning a crank by hand.
So was he a submarine guy?
Well, not in the Civil War. Oh, Ulysses?
Yeah.
Oh, I have no idea.
No, he was the biggest general on the north side. Boy, look at those things.
I mean, imagine hand cranking something that heavy, and you got to crank it enough to keep it at least afloat.
But I mean, what was the purpose? I mean, why 9 people? You can't really invade a state with 9 people.
Yeah, they didn't have torpedoes or anything.
Guys, we're going to Kansas. Sir?
Boy, you drew a short straw if you were on that thing.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
I bet you never went back in the water again.
Hey, Brown, can you ride a horse? Nope, you're on the sub.
All right.
What's those things they have on the railroad? On the railroad?
Yeah.
Two guys cranking.
That's what they're doing.
That's what it looks like in that picture.
Woo, how bad must that have been?
Well, by the way, according to reports, and this is not a joke tying into rowing the prop in the Civil War, but PJ Fleck's message, per Doug Samuels, he writes the story today at Football Scoop, his message to his team after the 14-10 loss to Bowling Green, quote, "This is what row the boat is all about," end quote. Got to keep rowing.
No, they lost some oars.
Yep.
And that's a pretty bad team.
No, that ship has sank.
Well, after Brown tells us about our friends at Nichols, I want to ask the question about the perception we have of some teams by wins over teams that don't look too good right now. I'll ask you about that, LT, after we hear about Nichols.
Hey, listen, for the hunters and firearm enthusiasts in the audience, you can find the widest selection of pistols, rifles, and shotguns in the area at Nichols Outfitters in Pelham. For the first time, hunters to the seasoned hunting veterans. Find what you're looking for. Nichols Outfitters, just off exit 242, I-65 in Pelham. Visit them in-store or online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Okay, I give you Georgia, I give you Penn State, and I give you Notre Dame. Those 3 teams, LT. Georgia's win over Clemson looks a little different now. Penn State's win over Auburn and Wisconsin looks a little different now. And Notre Dame's win over Florida State and Wisconsin feels a little different now. And Ohio State, throw them in there. Their win over Minnesota feels a little different now. What do we really know about those 4 teams I've just named out? All 4 still very much playoff contenders. Georgia, Penn State, Ohio State, and Notre Dame, because some of those quote-unquote big wins that they had doesn't look so impressive anymore.
Well, let's start with Notre Dame. And this is a team that, they were lucky to survive Florida State to open the season in overtime. They were lucky to survive in the final minutes against Toledo. They pulled away against Purdue, and they were down in the fourth quarter, ended up blowing out Wisconsin, but that score is very misleading. But I did say last week on the show, if Notre Dame does beat Wisconsin, you've got to start to look at this as a team that possibly could get better as the year unfolds, because you've got a really good coach in Brian Kelly, and he's obviously recruited well there, and he's got a lot of talent. They're underdogs this week against Cincinnati. And
should be, I think.
And they should be, but, Cincinnati's a 2-point favorite. But you win that game, you go to Virginia Tech. They're better than Virginia Tech. Then they've got USC at home. They're going to win that game. They've got North Carolina at home. I mean, this is by far their most difficult game left on their schedule. If they beat Cincinnati, they've got a chance of going undefeated.
They really do, because USC is no good, and they get them at the end. USC's not a very good team.
They've got to go to Stanford, which they could lose. They've got to go to Virginia, they could lose. But, they're going to be favored in the remainder of their game. So
this is not a good team. Get past Cincinnati, though, and they're probably undefeated.
I mean, that's crazy. And, based on that schedule, they would be a playoff team that you couldn't deny them.
And based on what else has happened, the fact that – and I like Trevor Matich, nice guy. He's been on the show a lot. But to have Penn State number 1 –
no.
I mean, their wins are Wisconsin and Auburn. And that Auburn game was a fun atmosphere. It was, it's a nice win, but they're not the number 1 team in the country.
Look, Indiana's been a mess this year, but I wouldn't be surprised if Indiana could pull up the upset this week. If not, they got to go to Iowa, which didn't look good against Colorado State.
Good, yeah.
Well, that's becoming the problem. If you're not Alabama and Georgia this past weekend, there are a lot of people didn't look good this past weekend.
Well, nobody is. You tell me any team outside of Alabama and Georgia even had the scare. Now that Clemson win doesn't look nearly as good. I mean, what team hasn't had a flaw?
Well, Alabama's more tested than Georgia.
Because of the trip to Florida.
Well, the trip to Florida.
Don't even throw Miami in there.
Miami is better than anybody they've played that Georgia's played other than Clemson. So
I'll give you that, yeah.
And how far are Miami and Clemson apart right now?
Pat Forty writes today in his 40-yard dash, spelled like his last name with Sports Illustrated, that if the selection show was yesterday, if it had been Selection Sunday yesterday, it would look like an SEC Invitational.
I think it would.
That it would have been Alabama, Georgia, and then you would have made a case for Arkansas or Florida to be one of the 4 best teams in the country.
And he doesn't even mention Ole Miss, who's undefeated going to number 1. And if Ole Miss comes into Tuscaloosa and plays Alabama tight, I'm not even talking about a win, but comes in and makes a really good account of themselves against Alabama, I'm interested to see how the nation processes that with Ole Miss.
You guys tell me if I'm crazy. Let's just say Georgia goes out, does what they need to do against Arkansas. They win that game by 2-3 touchdowns, which they probably will. Ole Miss goes on the road and beats Alabama. Where is Ole Miss ranked? Because if I'm a voter, Ole Miss is number 2 behind Georgia. I immediately put Ole Miss.
So Georgia handles Arkansas, and Ole Miss beats Alabama.
Now, Ole Miss right now is sitting at number 12. They're behind undefeated Notre Dame. Arkansas will have a loss. Cincinnati, one of those two will have a loss. But you'll still have undefeated Iowa, Penn State, Oregon. But I would put them over all of those teams if they win.
Yeah, I mean, because you beat number 1 on the road and the perceived most talented team in the country. After Brown tells us about our partnership with the great folks at Anheuser-Busch and our friends at Bud Light, I will talk with him about that stat that Brad Edwards gave us about the number 1 team in the country. But first, we're really excited about partnering with a bunch of people on drinking responsibly.
That's right. They remind you at Anheuser-Busch that driving drunk prevention is a priority. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. So encourage friends to join in pledge to Decide to Ride at DecideToRide.com. That's DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch. Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham, Budweiser. The next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Brown, give me the stat that Brad Edwards told us about involving Alabama.
The last time Alabama trailed a game.
Behind in any game.
The last time Alabama was behind at any moment in a given game was halftime of Georgia last year.
53 quarters ago.
That's incredible.
They've
almost gone a full calendar year, Lance, without trailing.
It doesn't surprise me just based on how good that team was last year.
It surprises me. Trailing?
53 quarters.
I'll tell you, I heard this. What's more impressive, that or what I heard yesterday from Jim Nantz on the Chargers and Chiefs broadcast? Since Pat Mahomes took over as quarterback, 62 straight games the Chiefs have led at some point.
Well, it is impressive.
And that didn't happen yesterday?
No, they did.
Oh, okay. Kept it alive.
Yeah.
That's hard to do in the NFL. 62 straight games you've led at some point during the game.
Alabama's almost going a full calendar year without trailing. Though.
Yeah, not even a first drive field goal or something like that to fall behind. 53 quarters. Thank you, Brad Edwards, for that. Go to our website, Reading Between the Lines, to hear about Brad's latest book that has all sorts of stats like that in it. Mike writes in, literally the submarines in Civil War, all they would do is go underwater, come up beside a boat, poke your head out and stick explosives on the hull of the boat, and then go back underwater and it blew up. Go. Paddle. Bo Nix is next. Stay with us.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from my friends at Royal Bedding on Highway 31 in Pelham. See their entire line of mattresses at RoyalBeddingInc.com. Right now, more than ever, American-made, Alabama-made means something. And that's what you get at Royal Bedding on Highway 31 in Pelham. Birmingham's only mattress factory and family-owned. Tom Ginger and TJ Vignale have been providing Alabamians with a great night's sleep for over 30 years. Stop by and see them on Highway 31 in Pelham and feel the difference of a custom-made mattress from Royal Bedding.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch. Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham, Budweiser, and the next round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreysstoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-Ons. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-Ons is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
You'll have to see it to believe it.
Gosh, dang.
Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. With the promise of the big one around every turn and a party around every inch of the campground, it's a tradition like no other, at a track like no other. And after it's all over, you still won't believe it ever happened. NASCAR playoffs at Talladega, October 2nd through the 3rd.
Man, that was wild.
Get your tickets for the Yellowwood 500 weekend now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Excalibur Services, a name you can trust when it comes to residential heating, AC, and electrical services. Excalibur is growing and looking for exceptional HVAC techs, plumbers, and electricians. 205-718-8688. Alabama license number 15214.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And as always, this hour brought to you by the great folks at Champy's, world-famous fried chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Whether you're getting the southern staples like chicken on a stick or the Mississippi Delta homemade tamales, which are the best I've ever tasted. Perfect for tailgating, whether you're heading to Jordan-Hare, Bryant-Denny, or down to Protective Stadium this weekend. Check them out online. ChampysChicken.com for the full menu. Blues, Brews, and Bird is Champy's Chicken. Alabama's number 1, Georgia number 2. Big games in the SEC this week. And that includes, by the way, Auburn going on the road to LSU. We'll talk to Bo Nix in a second. Auburn making a move at wide receiver coach yesterday. Cornelius Williams dismissed by Brian Harsin. Eric Gesaw comes in, a former Boise State OC. He's been an analyst down with Auburn. The Americans win the Ryder Cup, and the city of Birmingham will cut the ribbon on Protective Stadium 10:30 Thursday before UAB's opener against Liberty on Saturday.
All right, time for our weekly visit with Auburn quarterback Bo Nix on the Pepsi Hotline. He joins us each week courtesy of RentalWorks, the rental division of CraneWorks. They've got reliable machines and local experts to help you find exactly what you need. Call them for a personalized quote or visit craneworks.com to see their full inventory. Bo Nix joins us now on the Pepsi Hotline. What's up, Bo? How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing good. How are y'all?
Doing great. Thanks a lot. There's no reason to dance around it. Let's ask the question. A lot of people want to know from you. Have you heard from Coach Harsin or Coach Bobo as to your status for the LSU game? Will you be the starter? Do you know that yet?
Well, I think that obviously, depending on my status, I think it'll depend on, obviously, this week at practice. Obviously, they haven't told me anything, so I wouldn't think anything has changed. And if it does, then that's just their decision. I feel like coming out of the game Saturday, I felt like I played pretty good. Obviously, we still need to make some big plays in the passing game, but I think that's just between the receivers and I. But moving forward, like I said, that's just up to them. But I'll be prepared. I'll be ready to go, and I'll do my best to go over there and win the game.
When did you find out TJ was going in on Saturday?
So it was after the third quarter. It was the coming out. We had completed the pass, got out of the from backed up, had a good little drive going. Third down, got out of the pocket and kind of got hit, got the wind knocked out of me a little bit. And that's when I guess they decided to go with TJ. And that's just Coach Harson's decision. And obviously got to do what he tells me to do. I wanted to stay in the game. I felt like I was healthy enough to stay in, but he decided to go other places, and we kind of needed that spark, and we finally got it on special teams with Kayla Newton blocking the punt, and that changed the game for us. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to go back in.
Tell me the emotions of that, Bo, because a lot of people who sit in Jordan-Hare Stadium or are watching us right now, they have no feeling or example in their life about being taken out of a game when it's sort of perceived to be your team. Give me the emotions. How did you feel, and how did you handle watching that final drive?
Yeah, obviously I was extremely frustrated when they took me out of the game, like any competitor would be. I felt like I was healthy enough to go back in. I felt like I was good to go, but Coach just decided that he wanted to do something else. Obviously, at the time of the game, we had not punched the ball in the red zone to score enough points to be ahead. And we had a bunch of missed opportunities to do that, which was frustrating. But I felt like I did the best I could. And unfortunately it wasn't my decision at the end, but like I said, I'm just a competitive guy. No matter if anything's hurt, no matter if my body doesn't feel the best, if I'm walking around, I'd love to be in the game. But that's just me. That's just me being a competitor. But unfortunately, I don't necessarily get to judge that.
Bo Nix is with us on the Pepsi Hotline. He joins us each week courtesy of Rental Works, the rental division of Crane Works. If you've got a home project coming up, you need to call Rental Works. They have everything from landscaping equipment like mowers and big machines to skid steers. They've got certified operators to handle those big jobs too. Check out their full fleet on craneworks.com. This is not necessarily a situation you face. So when it happened, how did you know what to do as far as TJ Finley? I mean, obviously now he's the guy in the game. So, it falls on you to, as a team leader, support him and do that. How did you know what to do? What was your process for figuring that out once it happened?
Well, to be honest, I was kind of shocked, but that's just how it went. And so I knew in situations like that, unfortunately, the camera finds you a lot. So I didn't want to be the guy that was necessarily drawing the attention away from the game and from the attention away from our team. I was definitely not going to try to insert myself and continue to have the attention all on me, because that's not just me. But TJ did a good job when he went in. He made just enough plays to win the game for us there down the stretch. Obviously, he'd like to have some of those back, but he did a good job when he got in the game, and I'm happy for him. TJ and I are getting closer the more we're around each other. Even though a lot of people, even Auburn fans, kind of want us to not be as close or maybe butt heads. I don't think that's necessarily the case. We have a good relationship. We want to see each other succeed, and whichever quarterback they decide to go with, the other one's going to support their back.
Have you had a conversation, a one-on-one with Coach Harsin, or will you, and campaign to be the guy this week?
I don't necessarily think I have to really campaign for myself. Just kind of considering the situation. Like I said, I thought I did the best I could with the opportunity that was presented to me. But I have not had a conversation with Coach. I imagine I will. But in my opinion, that conversation doesn't necessarily really need to be had. It's just kind of the end of the game on Saturday, how it ended. I wouldn't imagine things would change a whole lot, but they obviously could. But this is obviously a tough situation, one that I've never been in. Don't really know how to react or respond besides just go to work every day and continue to be the leader and the person that I am, the competitor that I am. And so I know I've done my job thus far, and I'll continue to do that. and continue to be that guy that my teammates need.
Speaking of unique, Sunday, I assume you find out by a coach calling you that they've changed wide receiver coaches, that Cornelius Williams has been let go. Do you find out from the coaching staff when you're at the complex? How do you find out that goes down Sunday? And how is the team inside the locker room right now? Because if you're on the outside looking and you get maybe a quarterback battle and a coaching change, I think some fans would like to know how united is the front right now.
These are some good, tough questions today. But I think that, unfortunately, in college football, there's a fine line basis between winning and losing. And when things like this are presented to our team, unfortunately, things like this happen. My dad has been in that spot to where he's gotten the call that he's been fired. When I was 8 years old, he was at Miami. He was fired, and that was tough. That was tough for him. It's tough for my family because, unfortunately, our personal lives are put on blast on ESPN, and you're on the bottom line of ESPN, and that's tough, and nobody really wants that. Any other person, when they're fired, they don't necessarily make headline news. In this profession, it's a tough one because Coach Corn did a good job. We liked having him around, and unfortunately, Coach decided to go other ways, and don't know what. I wasn't a part of that decision, so I don't know really what's going on. But Coach Harsin did have us and tell us as a team. We weren't necessarily thinking about that, weren't necessarily expecting that. So I think the team was a little bit was shocked, but that's what Coach wants to do. And we as a team, as players, we're supposed to have Coach Harsin's back. And so if he thinks that's what's best, then we're going to continue to move forward. But I do hate it for Coach Williams. I just knowing from that side of things, knowing what that costs to your family and just nobody likes being in that situation. And it's just very unfortunate. But unfortunately, that's kind of the bad side of college football and the business that we've made it into.
CraneWorks and RentalWorks bring you Bo Nix each week, craneworks.com for all the info on the RentalWorks division. He's on the Pepsi hotline. Obviously, though, like you say, you're in the public eye, Bo, and when when you have a tough weekend like you did, I've got to imagine some people have reached out to support you and give you some encouragement. Can you give us an example of one or two that might have meant something to you of people that just encourage you to, keep your head up and keep plugging?
Absolutely. I have an absolutely incredible circle of people that have my back and that have been through tough times and struggles on their own. And unfortunately, this is just one of those times that I'm having to go through. And I think, there's too many really to name, but a bunch of people that I trust and that have always been in my corner and have always had my back have come out and text me and given me some good advice. And at the end of the day, it's all the same. It's this is the Lord's plan for me. He didn't want me to finish that game Saturday for whatever reason, and so I just got to trust him. But moving forward, I'm excited, and I expect nothing to change, and just continue to do what they tell me to do. If they want me to play, I'll go in there and play as hard as I can and put us in the best chance to win the game. And if they ask me not to play, then I'll be the best teammate I can be. But regardless of what happens, I feel confident myself. I know what I've done in the past to continue to move forward, and I'm going to continue to be a leader for my team, be there for those guys, keep the team together. Because even though a lot of people, they may be there, they may boo us, they may not want us to succeed, they may not want us to be together, and may not want us to have a great chemistry and have each other's backs. But I promise you that's not going to necessarily change us, and we're going to continue to love each other and have each other's backs, because we know the work we've put in for this season. We know how hard we've worked. We know each and every Saturday when we go out there and put our bodies on the line, how bad it hurts and how bad we want to win, even though some fans are kind of oblivious to that. And they think that it's just kind of a game and it's just kind of just a fun thing to do. No, this is our personal lives. This is our business. And we go and do the best we can every Saturday. So unfortunately, some people don't have that perspective. Some people don't understand that. But that's exactly what goes on. And as an Auburn team, we're going to continue to battle because that's just who we are. That's the kind of players we have. And I'm excited to be the quarterback of this team.
Ironically, if you don't start Saturday, if you go back to last year's LSU game, in my opinion, that was the best game you've had in your Auburn career. I don't know if you agree with that.
Yes, I did. Definitely played well. Was confident. We had a good plan going in. I made some plays with throwing and running. But I was just relaxed and I felt confident in what was going on. And obviously our defense played really well. And I think that they got a similar team, but obviously they're on a good streak right now, and they're a good football team. They're LSU and they're in the SEC, so I'm not going to put it past them. It's going to be a tough game. It's going to be all we want, but we're excited. And like I said, regardless of what's going on, I'm going to continue to be myself and continue to be the same person I was a week ago, 3 weeks ago, back in the fall, back in the summer, back in the spring. In my entire life, I've kind of just been that consistent person, and whatever happens, but it's out of my control, and I can only control the things that impact me and that I can control.
I just want to share with the people that are watching, Bo, that we have an agreement to do this every week. Bo Nix is dialed in 4 to 5 minutes before the top of the hour every week, and he's ready to go for this interview every week. So just from a person who does what we do for a living, we respect that, and especially on a day like today where you could have been 4 minutes late and we would have waited on you to be on time 4 or 5 minutes early to answer, as you said, tough questions the way you did. Respect the hell out of you for doing it that way, Bo. Appreciate it a lot.
Well, I definitely appreciate you guys, and I appreciate y'all giving me this platform to stand on and kind of just talk my life and from my perspective. And I think sometimes in life we have to answer those tough questions because there's people out there who are kind of in the same position, whether their personal story is not necessarily all over social media or all over TV. They're going through some similar things, and I feel like from the position I'm in, the impact that I hopefully have on people, that I can just continue to show and to encourage others that, I'm in the same spot. And even though they aren't necessarily, there isn't seen all over the country, that there's people out there that go through similar things and they're not the only ones. And so there's hope on the other side. There always is. The Lord has a great plan for each and every one of our lives. I'm excited. I'm still excited to be in this position. I knew coming to Auburn it wouldn't be easy, but I feel like I have controlled it the best that I can control it, and I've done the best that I can do. And I'm going to continue to work hard and like you said, to show up 4 or 5 minutes early, because that's just what I'm supposed to do. And I live each and every day by that way, and just continue to do what I'm supposed to do to the best of my ability. And I know the Lord will take care of the rest. But I do appreciate you guys for asking those tough questions, because in life you can't always avoid them, and most of the time it's just better to hit them head on anyway.
Yeah, that's the way. Craneworks brought you this. They are got that rental works division, everything from landscaping equipment like mowers to big machines like skid steers. They have certified operators to handle big jobs too. Check it out at craneworks.com. Bo, the best of luck this weekend at LSU. Thank you for the time.
Thank you so much. War Eagle.
All right, take care. That is Bo Nix with us on the Pepsi Hotline, presented each week by Craneworks.
Boy, you can criticize the kid at quarterback, as fans do, but I have seen a different side of Bo Nix in this whole, from the SEC media days on to now, to show up when he does, how he does, and to answer the questions the way he did right there. I mean, it's a job, right? He's getting paid for it. Everybody wanted name, image, and likeness.
This is what comes with it.
And this is what comes with it, right? You've got an agreement. You're getting paid to be here, and you get asked questions that are uncomfortable because of the situation you're in. I respect him for what he does.
100%. There's so many things that we can dissect with this thing, Brown. First of all, I was going to ask him, did your play warrant you being benched? You could tell in the interview he was shocked that he was benched.
Yeah, and felt as though it was more injury related than it was play related, really.
Yeah,
he had his breath knocked out. His shoulder is still banged up from the Penn State game.
But I don't know how you guys felt about that. It seems almost, he's a big-time competitor. He's an Auburn guy, but it almost seems like he thinks TJ is going to get the start.
I'm a little surprised.
Did you get that at all?
Well, he said this twice, that he and Coach Harsin haven't really talked about it yet.
That blows me away, because if I'm Bo, I'm going in there and I'm campaigning. I mean, maybe that's the wrong way to do it. But I'm sitting in there and I'm saying, hey, look, I know my play has not been great. It's going to get better. I'm going to work my ass off. You know how I am. By the way, I would point out that LSU game. I know it's a different LSU team.
But is it really? I mean,
I don't know. But I would still point that out. Hey, by the way, Coach, I had my best game last year. Go back and watch the film against LSU. But I'm a little surprised, too, Brown, that they have not had that conversation.
Yeah, I was surprised by that. Now, see, Cody reads it differently in the chat. He says the answers to our questions leads me to believe he's shocked if he isn't the starter Saturday.
Yeah, the guy's a competitor, and I don't know what kind of DNA you'd want in your quarterback other than a guy who's a competitor who wants to play.
Yeah, I'd be pissed too.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't want to play?
Yeah.
If you're a left guard, you want to play.
You know, the difficult thing here is, and there's no way to really ask Bo this because he's such an Auburn guy, and I'm sure he was excited that they came back and won that game. But the problem is, if TJ starts, you've got to, because you're an Auburn guy, you've got to pull for your teammates and you got to pull for TJ to do well. But if TJ does well, Bo will never see the field again.
Yeah.
I mean, if TJ goes out there and lights it up, Bo, outside of an injury, will not see the field again.
Ask Drew Bledsoe.
Yeah, and that becomes difficult, because I don't know emotionally, we just talk about this stuff. But for a guy like Bo Nix, you bleed orange and blue. It's impossible to not pull for TJ, but as TJ's doing well, you're not going to play.
Yeah, that's 100%.
That's the dynamic of that position and being in sports in general. Same way if you're the backup second baseman, third baseman, pitcher, or whatever. But to leave the game, to be there, people will dissect. What was his body language on the bench? Where was he standing? What was he doing?
That was the other thing.
And he answered you right there. I would not want to draw attention away from the team and what was going on. That's his answer. You can believe it to be, BS or whatever you want to believe, but that's the way he was handling it. He didn't want it to become a distraction. That's what he said.
That's also a spot he's never been in. And when you're put in that spot, how do you react to it? I don't know what to do.
I don't remember the last time he hasn't played with ones when he was in sixth grade.
Yeah. And a lot of people look and say, well, you do what Jalen Hurts did. He was the first one off the bench to congratulate Tua Tagovailoa. He was, and he was on camera a lot doing that. And that's what Bo Nix said. I didn't want to put myself in there where I was the center of attention. The cameras are going to find you. I would say no matter how you react, you're going to be the center of attention. It's a big moment. Yep. And if he stands over there away from the huddle, the cameras are going to find him there and he's going to get criticism. If he's in there all rah, 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 it is going to be about him a little bit. I mean, that's just kind of what comes with being the starting quarterback. I don't know that there's a solution to that.
Yeah, so why read anything into that then?
Because that's what people are going to do.
Yeah. Well, what I read into that is Bo handled himself extremely well, but I could tell he was pissed. He's got a chip on his shoulder, and I also get the feeling that he leans TJ is going to be starting this game Saturday. Now, none of us, I don't think, are going to know until we actually kick this thing off 8 o'clock Saturday night. You guys give me that, right? I don't think there's any way Harsin comes out.
I don't know why Harsin would announce it. Yeah, there is really no upside to Harsin announcing a starter.
So you compete in practice this week, and Auburn and LSU play late night, Tiger Stadium, 8 o'clock on ESPN. Brownie.
I will say, the one upside to Harsin announcing a starter is if it is Bo Nix, to show that as a coach, I've got 100% confidence in this
That's
guy.
right.
I would say that is the one upside. There's probably no upside to game plan. You want to keep LSU having to prepare for both. But if you're Harsin, you can reestablish confidence in Bo Nix by today going to that podium and saying, hey, listen, I'm going to put this to an end. Bo Nix is our guy.
That's right.
He had a bad game. I had to go to TJ, but we're living and dying right now with Bo Nix.
Or we just needed a spark and TJ came off. And if we need a spark again, I'll put TJ in again.
I don't think you can do that if you're Brian Harsin.
Well, maybe not.
I think
if you know he's your guy, you have to.
I think you've got to, based on that final drive and based on how his teammates rallied around him. And again, TJ didn't play great. He missed an easy throw to, I think, Kobe Hudson.
Kobe Hudson was a touchdown, right? The front corner of the end zone.
Easy throw. And Bo probably makes that throw. But based on that 98-yard drive, I think if you're Brian Harsin, I think you've got to go with TJ.
A lot to hear from Brian Harsin late this afternoon after we're off the air, and we'll have some of his reaction tomorrow in our show. Brian Harsin's news conference later on. Nick Saban coming up at the top of the hour as Alabama gets ready for a big showdown. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Greystone Chiropractic.
Jim, I went to Greystone Chiropractic to just get loose from a golf swing. And what I learned is that the nervous system, the spine, it controls every single cell, tissue, and organ in your body. So it made me a healthier person just going and getting realigned by Dr. Lee Goldenberg. There in Tattersall Park, just off 119-280 at Greystone Chiropractor. Make an appointment today, GreystoneChiropractor.com, or call 205-981-8090. GreystoneChiropractor.com, 205-981-8090.
All right, LT's trash, and then a lot more with you guys coming up. Pepsi Hotline, 205-734-0923. Next Round Live, and put the chat room on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and Twitter going crazy over there. We'll get to some of those after we do trash next.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. Major situation the other day. Basement and garage flooded. So who did I call? Our friends at Dry Tech Water Restoration. Call them today, 205-637-0143. They were at my house within an hour. They will always respond quickly, and they answer the phone, 205-637-0143. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. No ties to any insurance companies. Go online, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com, or call 205-637-0143.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
I can't say it simpler than this. Way to Wellness saved my life. I'm Jim Dunaway, and the Way to Wellness program helped me lose 45 pounds and get my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. You can do it too. Go to the website, aplanforme.com. No cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed for you. The program is overseen by board certified professionals. There are no contracts, there are no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com. Tell them you want a plan like Jim. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Talladega is home to big campgrounds, big parties, big playoff hopes, and oh yeah, the big one. NASCAR playoffs at Talladega, October 2nd through the 3rd. Get your tickets for the Yellowwood 500 weekend now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
If you owe back taxes and are looking for a way out, I've got the answer. This is Jim Dunaway, and I've seen what ignoring IRS tax problems can do. There is hope, and it starts by calling my friend Perry Cronin with Axiom Tax Resolution Group. Let me explain 2 things. 1, the IRS is starting to take the gloves off again post-pandemic. That means they are getting more aggressive with their collection efforts. Don't fall victim to liens and garnishments. Call Perry Cronin today. The second thing is this. Don't call some national 1-800 number. This is too important for you to be just some other number. Perry and his daughter Teresa Cronin are tax professionals right in our area. You'll meet with them face to face and they'll give you a free consultation. Call 205-872-1100. That's 205-872-1100. Or the website, 205tax.com. Perry Cronin can show you there's hope when dealing with the IRS. Visit 205tax.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Back with you for the next round, LT and DNB. Part of our show today being brought to you at the great folks at Odie's, where LT Brownie Rockstar will entertain you again this Wednesday, coming up with Trivia Night.
Birmingham Institution, Odie's, located right there in Crestline Village. Rodney Davis cooking up that incredible food for over 25 years now. Delicious wings, burgers, of course, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. You got to try that. You can sit outside, enjoy the great weather on the patio, watch college football all weekend long. But yes, every Wednesday night, come join us for Odie's Team Trivia. Odie's Tavern right there in Crestline Village.
All right, I want to give you a little perspective what TJ Finley said after the game about Bo Nix supporting him during the game. TJ Finley gets asked that question after Auburn comes back and beats Georgia State on Saturday afternoon. Here is the guy, the quarterback at Auburn that finished the game and had the 98-yard drive to win it, being asked about his relationship with Bo.
Yeah, he's always positive. Bo is an amazing teammate. He's been amazing since I got here. He's helped me a lot since I got here with catching up on what stuff that he had learned in the spring. We did a lot of work together in the summer. So, you know, his energy was always positive. He was keeping the team up, keeping me up as well. I missed a couple throws that I know I shouldn't have missed. So it's all a part of the game. You have ups and downs, but the thing about it, you just stay consistent and stay level-headed, and the game will work itself out for you.
That's TJ Finley on what Bo was doing with him during the timeouts and the time the defense was on the field. So LSU is the opponent this week for Auburn, and they got outgained by Mississippi State this past week and still won the game 28-25 because Mississippi State struggles in the red zone. Now, if you're an LSU fan, you say the defense bent but didn't break, but that Mississippi State offense struggles in the red zone. Where are you on this LSU team that Bo Nix or TJ Finley will face this weekend at 8 o'clock at Tiger Stadium?
Look, they can't run the football. I mean, they just can't. I mean, LSU ran 54 plays. 54 plays in college football this past Saturday. Had 7 points at halftime. Outside of Boutte, they don't have any playmakers.
Yeah.
And they just
But he's good.
He's really good. And look, and I think based on some of the struggles with this secondary, at least what we saw against Penn State, and a lot of that did have to do with up front, we'll see how well the LSU offensive line plays. But Boutte should have his way with that secondary. But outside of that, you know, I don't know. I mean, I kind of lean, whether it's TJ or Bo, I kind of lean, and it would be probably the better storyline if TJ went back and beat his old team in his first start.
Oh, that'd be an amazing storyline. Yeah.
But I kind of lean that Auburn wins this game.
You know, one concerning trend.
So to answer your question, I think LSU is very average right now.
Yeah, one concerning trend, though, for Auburn's defense is the amount of guys that are wide open for touchdowns. And I'm not talking about they got to step on the defender.
That's right.
I mean, they are WAO. They are out to practice early. And that is a concerning trend. It happened twice against Penn State. One time against Georgia State, and there was another one that was pretty close to being wide open. So there's some busted coverages in that secondary.
Wide bleep open? Is that WAO? Okay.
Wide arse open.
Okay, let's get to Trash with LT. It's brought to you every day by Mortgage Right. Hit it, Rocky.
Okay, I started at Discount Karate from the grassroots, and then they sold out to Dairy Queen. And then they couldn't afford to pay their taxes, so they merged and became Taekwondo DQ. And to this day, you can go to the drive-thru, get your ass beat, and a brass knuckle blizzard.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, and by the way, you mentioned Cropper for Fresno.
Hey, Cropper dusted him.
Yeah.
But
4 touchdowns receiving.
Him and Boutte lead the nation with 8 touchdowns each receiving.
Cropper and Boutte?
Boutte finds the end zone.
Yeah. One difference, though, is Cropper doesn't have as cool of a last name, and he scored half of his in the second half in one game.
Yeah, that's true. Sick of leasing your life away? Mortgage Right, they've got the cure with locations nationwide. Our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. If you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first. An American woman shared the shocking moment. She heard a squeak, looked down, and discovered a live bat. It's spelled B-A-D, but this is a bat hanging from her crotch.
What? I'll see if I can get the picture.
Oh, I don't know if I want the picture.
TikTok user TKZG shared the viral video this month asking, quote, "How did this happen to me?" After filming her surprise reaction, she pans down to show a tiny black bat nestled directly in the crotch of her jeans, forcing her to awkwardly hover with her legs open.
That is awkward.
Yikes.
Wow.
That is awkward.
I was going for the cave, wasn't it?
Let me in.
Oh, wow. She
Robin,
said,
you stay out here.
I called my husband, she
will.
explained. I was terrified to move until he came to get it. Her husband grabbed the bat, which died shortly after. Hey, a chance in hell I'm grabbing a bat.
Nope.
Yeah, I'll get a broom and like chew it, but...
Rockstar with an underrated nuanced line right there, by the way.
Robin's not in
I have
there.
heard the rabies test, like the needles they put in your stomach are like yay long.
That can be true. For a rabies
like
test?
a foot and a half.
No, I'm talking like if you, for rabies, I heard it's awful. Now, maybe it's changed.
It's like they say over here. Okay, we're going to test you for rabies.
That's a cow prod, Lance.
No, I
see if you can find a rabies needle.
Is that for that's?
It's a polyhub needle is what you're talking about there.
That's a big ass needle.
That is a big needle. That's for the rabies. What if you
they
got
stick
it?
that in your
shot they give
stomach,
you?
I think, too.
Why does it have dollar bills logged up in there?
I think Rockstar slipped into some sort of
Yeah,
dark
I think
web.
some of the stuff you guys find on the internet
We believe
is
it
not
all.
true.
Every
Not
bit of it's true.
Like I'm not even buying the bat and the crotch
the bat on
story.
the crotch.
Yeah, that was placed there.
Yeah, I don't know if I buy that either.
Yeah, I don't believe half the stuff I see.
We got a man who's been charged with indecent exposure following an incident at a car dealership on Thursday. Now, the sheriff's office said 40-year-old Raul Mitra was arrested outside of the Fox Volkswagen after a call came in about a suspicious person. Now, deputies arrived to find Mitra in a car in the parking lot behind the dealership. This is where it gets weird. Wearing a silk mask, bondage gear, and women's lingerie without any pants.
I'd like a test drive, please.
Do y'all have bondage gear?
Now,
I need the gear, the package.
Sheriff's office said Mitra was lying on the front seat of the car with the driver's side door open and his junk exposed.
No.
Deputies ordered Mitra out of the car. The scene was photographed, evidence was collected, and he was taken to county jail.
What was the old Volkswagen saying? Volkswagen. What was the word?
I'll take it.
Say it again.
Do it again. Yeah.
I don't even know what it was.
I like the
It
developed
used to be
Volkswagen.
it was a saying back then.
It was
Hassan Pepper. What was it? It was something. It was something.
We've got an Indian salon has been ordered to pay more than $271,000 in damages to a model for a botched haircut, which she claimed caused a severe mental breakdown.
Oh, it'll grow back.
Shauna Roy went to the salon at a top New Delhi hotel in 2018 and asked staff to trim a conservative 4 inches from her tips, according to a judgment by the city's consumer court. However, to the utter shock and surprise of the complaint, the hairdresser chopped off the entire hair, leaving only 4 inches from the top and barely touching her shoulders.
Oh, barely touching the shoulders.
Don't they do it in front of the mirror? Like, hey, you got to stop. It looks like you're going a little too far.
Yeah, you ask her to shave both eyebrows and go to SEC Media Days and see how that impacts her life.
Absolutely.
Now, there is no
Those are
doubt
a
that
lot
the
alike.
women are very cautious and careful with regard to her hair, said the ruling by the National Consumer Disputes Commission. They spend a handsome amount of time keeping hair in good condition. They are also emotionally attached with their hairs, it added. She lost her expected assignments and suffered a huge loss, which completely changed her lifestyle and shattered her dream to be a top model. I've seen a lot of models with no hair.
That's right.
Well, yeah, but what if I'm a shampoo model.
Yeah.
I'm the one that has the glossy hair and everything, and the shampoo, and then you cut it all off. Am I entitled to something?
Gronk's a shampoo model now.
Yeah, there's a Sports Center anchor female that is bald.
Really?
Now. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I saw her. Yeah.
I think I know you're talking
according to our studio audience, Farfennugan.
Yeah, that was Farfennugan, not Hassan Pepper.
I like Hassan Pepper better, actually.
You guys will give me that Heinz is the best ketchup out there, right?
I'm a Hunt's guy.
I don't need a lot of ketchup.
I think
I
there's
like
a
a
big
little water in mine.
Don't you think there's a big difference between Heinz and Hunt's?
What
A
about,
big difference.
What about Roll Gold? Is it that one?
Yeah, that is one.
It's got the
But
actual tomato in it.
I think Heinz is the best, though. But
I don't eat ketchup, really.
Heinz has rolled out a new product that the condiment company says is its, quote, biggest innovation in sauce since the packet itself. Earlier this month, the world's largest producer of ketchup announced the Packet Roller. Now, it's a ketchup bottle-shaped gadget that allows users to squeeze the most out of a condiment package, Can you
will,
pull
but
this?
So it's got a roller on it, so I
but
just roll it on the bun?
Do you think I'd have an issue if you're eating lunch with me and I get fries and out of my pocket I pull this little ketchup bottle that squeezes
and how much more are you going to get?
Yeah, but all it is squeezing the packet to get it all out.
Yeah.
I mean,
get another packet.
I just get another packet.
Yeah, I waste as many packets as I can.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, Taco Bell, I go through literally in one meal probably 25 sauces.
You get those fire? Their fire
because their
is good.
sauce, it comes out and it's like a drop of water.
Yeah, their fire is good.
The fire, the Diablo.
Yeah.
Wait, he's going to show you the.
Yeah, so here it is. So the roller costs $5.70, by the way.
Yeah.
What an image.
Yeah.
Looks like a piece of licorice coming out.
It looks like I'm on
This one gives Twizzlers.
It looks like I'm on a Heinz spacewalk. It's a Heinz spaceship, and I'm doing a spacewalk. And then it broke, and now I'm floating off into ketchup space.
I don't think anybody is going to spend $5.70.
I don't think so either.
You can put it on your keychain, too. How cool is that?
I think what you need is the one like they give at Chick-fil-A where you pull it back and it's a dipper thing.
Oh, I do like that.
Yeah, those are the best ones.
Okay, so here
Wow, War Tiger says you have to pay for ketchup in Europe.
What?
God bless America.
Farfik Newton.
What a ripoff.
Yeah.
That's why we beat them in the Ryder Cup.
People share things they are really suspicious of but can't actually prove. You guys tell me if you agree with some of these. Women's clothes have either no pockets or tiny pockets to promote handbag sales.
If the same company that was making the clothing is also making the handbags, I could believe that. But I don't think that's the case.
believe it because, women, you're not going to carry a tampon or a brush in your pocket anyway, right?
But it's not the same company.
Even if you got a big ass pocket, you're not going to do
Well,
it.
see, I think would you think women's pants would look attractive with bigger pockets? I think it'd look odd now. Like you said, either no pockets or those teeny tiny pockets you could put a nickel in.
Yeah.
I don't buy that one.
Okay, here's another one.
I do like those big. There are some baggy pants that are, tapered with big pockets. I've seen that before.
Mom jeans.
I don't like
mom jeans. Are there. That's what's in right now.
High-ass jeans.
Yep.
Okay, here's another one. The unsubscribe method in spam emails, calls, or text are really just a way of confirming the number is attached to a real person.
I do kind of believe this, yeah.
I could see that.
Yeah.
Rocky?
Yeah, and when they do unsubscribe, they put it this. If you don't want to, you have to go all the way. You have to hit unsubscribe. Then it says enter your email.
That's right.
Then you enter your email. Then it'll say, okay, now you've been successfully unsubscribed.
Yeah.
Well, what? How did that?
Why did you need my email?
Yeah.
You've already sent it to
This
me.
number might be low, but I think they're onto something here. That only about 20% of people actually do any work. The rest just get by looking busy.
Stay on the radar.
I always tell the class that I go speak to, for junior achievement or something, it's 50-50. The workforce is half the people wherever you work do half all the work, and the other half are there to get paid. And 20% seems
a little
it's probably
low.
more realistic, yeah.
But it's probably 40-60.
Yeah, I go 50-50 usually.
Where do you put that one half up here?
Well, it's different here because
I think it is different.
We're all
here.
100% here.
Yeah, well, it's different because we all.
Well, I don't think
this was hand chosen.
Well, yeah,
Yes.
I don't think anybody would be here if they were in that 80% or 60%.
Yeah, we don't
or
want you
50%.
to leave if that's the case.
Be honest with you, we've got a harsh and tricky finger here. If you're not pulling your weight, you're out the door.
Okay, here people sharing things they're really
No
suspicious
contracts.
of but can't actually prove. Another one: Starbucks baristas intentionally spell your name wrong, so you take a picture of it, post it on social media to give the company free advertising.
Oh, that is brilliant.
Yeah,
but how can you misspell Jim?
Yeah.
GYM.
GYM.
Have they ever done? See, I don't go to Starbucks.
No, but they put the wrong name down. They'll put like Tim, or they'll put James or something. They put the wrong name down.
Hoping
sometimes.
that you'll say, "Hey, look
look what idiots they are."
Caillou.
Yeah, Caillou.
Caillou Senior.
Old man with a checkered shirt.
And this one's interesting. Some zoos have empty exhibits and just claim the animal is in there. You just never see them. You believe that?
That is great.
We've got one of the rarest species of elephant ever, but he's back there asleep.
Yeah. Or a bat. It's in a woman's crotch. We call it the old crotch bat. What would Robin say?
Woman.
What'd Robin say?
I'm not going in there. I'm fine. I'm good right here.
I'll stay right there.
I'll watch the Batmobile.
That is trash with
I gotta
LT.
call my friend who's coming over for Thanksgiving.
Trash with LT.
It's the American dream to buy your own home, and Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality. With branches across the country, Mortgage Right has all the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you're looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Get started today. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
John says, here, kids, we have the rare beaver bat right here.
I got it.
Yeah.
No, it looked like you were leaning in to say something.
No, I'm just.
Why was Robin having somebody over for Thanksgiving?
He's my friend. I've been hanging out with him since school.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
So
You always bring him to your family's vacation, all that stuff. He's bringing his friend.
Yeah. Nick Saban's news conference coming up at the top of the hour. Part of the show today being brought to you by Greg and Pell City and the great folks at Storm Restoration Roofing. Listen, if you have not had your roof checked, if you have not had your roof checked in the last year, 12 months, let's just put it there. It is time to get it checked, and why not get it checked for free? Free, no-cost inspection. It can happen right now for you as a next-round viewer. Greg from Pell City of Storm Restoration Roofing will answer your call today, 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. You get a free, no-cost inspection. You can also look Greg from Pell City up on Facebook. Listen, these guys are A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, locally owned for over 20 years. The insurance companies love them. That means they're going to interact with the insurance companies, getting you the maximum payout for them. And listen, one of the best warranties in the business. I've worked with these guys for years. They're fantastic. 205-542-3531. Free, no-cost inspection, no obligation. Why not check out Greg from Pell City on Facebook with Storm Restoration Roofing?
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
The season for golf is far from over. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Make sure you take advantage of the great weather heading our way at Ballantrae Golf Club. 620-GOLF, 620-4653. It's also never too late to fix your game. The Thompson School of Golf is based there at Ballantrae. They can help you as well. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653. 18 championship holes of golf at Ballantrae, always in fantastic shape. And it is so easy to get to. They treat you like family there at Ballantrae. Take it from me. I love the game. 620-GOLF, 620-4653.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
You'll have to see it to believe it.
Gosh, dang.
Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. With the promise of the big one around every turn and a party around every inch of the campground, it's a tradition like no other, at a track like no other.
A photo finish!
And after it's all over, you still won't believe it ever happened. NASCAR playoffs at Talladega, October 2nd through the 3rd.
Man, that was wild.
Get your tickets for the Yellowwood 500 weekend now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Did you know 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer? September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the expert urologists at Urology Centers of Alabama are leading the way in diagnosing and treating men with prostate cancer. Early detection is the key to survival. Guys, if you're over 50, it's time to have your PSA levels checked. It only requires a simple blood test and physical exam. With 13 convenient locations, making an appointment is a no-brainer. Visit UrologyCentersAlabama.com or call 205-930-0920.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
If you owe back taxes and are looking for a way out, I've got the answer. This is Jim Dunaway, and I've seen what ignoring IRS tax problems can do. There is hope, and it starts by calling my friend Perry Cronin with Axiom Tax Resolution Group. Let me explain two things. One, the IRS is starting to take the gloves off again post-pandemic. That means they are getting more aggressive with their collection efforts. Don't fall victim to liens and garnishments. Call Perry Cronin today. The second thing is this. Don't call some national 1-800 number. This is too important for you to be just some other number. Perry and his daughter Teresa Cronin are tax professionals right in our area. You'll meet with them face to face and they'll give you a free consultation. Call 205-872-1100. That's 205-872-1100. Or the website 205tax.com. Perry Cronin can show you there's hope when dealing with the IRS. Visit 205tax.com.
Brown's got some kick times for Week 6 coming up. Week 5 heading this weekend. And keep in mind, Arkansas, Georgia's the game day game at 11 o'clock, right out of College Game Day, but with the main primetime crew of Herb Street and Fowler and Holly Rose. So that's a weird combination there. Auburn ends the day at 8 o'clock. And then Alabama's the 2:30 game, SEC Nation over in Tuscaloosa. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. If your son or daughter thinking about their college already, if they're a junior or senior in high school, think about the University of Montevallo. We're talking about a college of distinction for 10 years running now. The Southern Living folks call Montevallo one of the most beautiful southern campuses in America. 75 majors, 21 NCAA Division II sports, and you can find your place at the University of Montevallo. To schedule an in-person tour, learn more at montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. Listen, I went to school there. My daughter's there now. Small class sizes. That's going to help your son or daughter academically. Find out more about why you belong at Montevallo. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu.
All right, so your early slate, October 9th, Week 6, Vandy at Florida, your 11 o'clock SEC Network game. South Carolina at Tennessee, your 11 o'clock ESPN2 game. LSU, Kentucky, primetime SEC Network, 6:30. I did those a little out of order to get to this because it is a little confusing. We've got the OR game involving Auburn. They are either going to go 2:30 CBS, Arkansas at Ole Miss, or Georgia at Auburn. That will be announced after this weekend's games, basically.
Right.
The other game that is not 2:30 CBS is the straight out of game day game. So Auburn fans, you're either playing Georgia 2:30 CBS or straight out of game day at 11. So that's your two options there.
With Georgia, if they end up at 11 again, they are kicking a lot of 11 a.m. Central games this year.
They really are.
Yeah, and then Alabama, Texas A&M officially is announced for 7 o'clock CBS. We knew that was already going to be prime time when CBS reserved that date. So Alabama, Texas A&M, prime time. It's interesting. This is a low probability.
No.
Low probability.
I know what
I'm about to say.
Yeah.
If both Arkansas and Ole Miss win Saturday,
you could have 2 versus 3.
It's the biggest game in the nation.
Well, excuse me. You'd have 1 versus 2, maybe.
The biggest game in the nation, and you would have Alabama, Texas A&M primetime.
Yeah.
CBS is rolling the dice that Bama beats Ole Miss at least. But if Arkansas and Ole Miss win, then Arkansas and Ole Miss play in what is the big – I can't believe I'm saying these words, but it'd be the biggest game in the country.
Do you guys view this weekend as Alabama's biggest scare in the regular season?
As of right now, yes.
I mean, before the season, we thought Ole Miss would be improved, but – I mean, everybody had Texas A&M circled.
Well, I think a lot of you folks, including myself, thought the Alabama defense, Pete Golding group, had this Saturday's game circled in red. Mm-hmm. It's going to be payback for what happened in Oxford last year, even though we won the game, payback. But then what happened the final 3 quarters at Gainesville, and everybody was like, ooh, I don't know if we want to get to that circled game so fast because we don't know if we fixed the problem since last year. And I think Ole Miss's offense is better than they were last year. I think they're better than they were last year. More complete.
I mean,
Elijah Moore was really good.
He was.
No, I'm not saying they've got an Elijah Moore, but I think top to bottom with Matt Corral, another year in the system.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Running backs, what they're doing offensively, running the ball as well. They're more complete this year than they were last year.
Alabama's defense should be better than last year's version. I don't know if they are, though.
Well, here's what jumps out at me, though, Jim. Louisville, Austin Peay, Tulane.
Yeah, we really don't know.
We don't know. I mean, we'll know a lot Saturday night, but we do not know right now based on those three.
I will say, though, that
well, Vegas is trying to tell us 20, 15.5, 14.5. It started out a large number and bet down to 14.5.
Louisville's not bad, though.
I would agree with that.
I mean, they just won at Florida State, but who's not? Everybody's winning at Florida State.
Louisville's one loss. They beat Central Florida on that Friday night. Their one loss is Ole Miss.
Yeah, it is. They've been better. I agree.
Now you get more of a gauge. They play at Wake this week.
Mm-hmm.
This hour of the show being brought to you by our great friends at Champy's. They bring you this hour every week. Champy'sChicken.com, Champy'sChicken.com, Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Those fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, what I talk about all the time, the homemade tamales, because it's the Mississippi Delta ingredients and recipe, which makes them better than anything you've ever tasted before. Perfect for tailgating with a chicken on a stick. Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Nick Saban coming up at the top of the hour. We appreciate all the feedback over there on what we discussed with Bo Nix. If you missed that already, have that sent out from our social media platforms, and you can go back and listen to it on the podcast at nextroundlive.com. Well, one other note as we approach the top of the hour here that I wanted to bring up, getting ready for this major weekend in college football. What we used to label on ESPN, they don't seem to do that anymore. What would you label this weekend? I've given you the list of games out there. It used to be called, they would do things like Rivalry Saturday or Separation Saturday. What would you call this weekend?
Bloody Saturday.
Bloody Saturday.
They like it. They like it to have some alliteration to it.
Yeah, but it is sort of like a Separation Saturday, Bram, because we will start to separate, the Arkansas from the Georgias, the Ole Misses from the Alabamas.
I am willing to say among this group of teams, Notre Dame, Alabama, Oregon, Oklahoma, Ohio State, one of those teams will lose in that 2:30 window.
Alabama, Oregon, Oklahoma, Ohio State,
Notre Dame. One of those teams will lose in that 2:30 window. We'll lose a national contender out of the 2:30 window. Now, Cincinnati technically still is because they're undefeated.
Yeah, and they're a top 10 team.
Right, so either Cincinnati or Notre Dame is going to lose that game. But I think most people think Notre Dame's a more legitimate contender based on name value.
Based on Kansas State's quarterback play, I don't think there's any way they can beat Oklahoma this year.
I think it's Oregon. I think Oregon's going to lose.
I would lean of those. I think Notre Dame and Oregon are going to lose.
Wow, so you're going to lose. You're going to knock two out.
Boy, I put Oregon as a team that impresses me right now.
Did you watch the first half of that Arizona game?
I did.
Arizona's the Vandy of the Pac-12.
Yeah, but,
and that's a tight game in the third quarter.
But other than Alabama and Georgia this past week, wasn't everybody losing at some point?
Well, they were, but now Arizona's a bad team, guys. Arizona's not. When's the last time they won a game, Arizona? It's been like 700 some odd days.
Yeah, but, Iowa everybody struggled at some point this past week. At some point, other than Alabama and Georgia, the entire top 25 seems like they were behind enough to where you went, oh, my goodness, are they going to lose that game? Oh, are they behind going to the half? Top of the hour, we hear from Nick Saban. Big game week, man. It's number 1 versus number 12. Kiffin and Saban next.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects, Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key, and Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-On's. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-On's is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-On's mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-On's.
Suffering from an old sports injury? Or tweak a joint being a weekend warrior? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics may be able to reduce or eliminate your knee, hip, or shoulder pain, increase your mobility, and get you back in the game. From pediatrics to geriatrics, appointments are available at 9 convenient locations affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Second to hear from Nick Saban. We'll get to Tuscaloosa in a second to hear from Nick Saban. This hour is being brought to you by the great folks at Gutter Cap.
Yes, cap it, don't snap it. My good friend Chris Stewart. Make sure you give him a buzz right now. 45% off the retail price. You can go to guttercapbirmingham.com or just call C-Stu today, 205-823-2212. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. Fits over most existing gutters, keeping out that debris. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Stay off those dangerous ladders. Cap it, don't snap it. Gutter Cap.
608 yards of offense in the 63-14 win. Alabama over Southern Miss. Alabama's now won 100 consecutive games against unranked team. 100. The record was 73 by Florida from 1990 to 2000.
And the second longest streak, actually, it came to an end Saturday, right? Because Clemson had the second longest streak and lost to NC State.
To 36.
And that just shows you how easy it is to do. I mean, that was a conference game on the road. That NC State team's not bad. I think the difference is normally a team NC State's level in the SEC is going to be ranked. It's rare that you play that type of team in the SEC unranked. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, is there any of those teams on Alabama's schedule moving forward this year that could possibly beat them?
Don't think so.
And I don't think Mississippi State can beat them, right?
No.
Well, I mean, LSU, there's a chance they're unranked when they play Alabama.
It's a possibility.
That's a pseudo-rivalry game. But Alabama hasn't trailed in 53 quarters. Brad Edwards, friend of the show, that's the longest streak since 1950.
That's incredible. I mean, if you didn't hear it earlier, it goes all the way back to halftime of last year's Georgia game. That's how far back we're going. Almost a full calendar year since Alabama has trailed in a game.
Yep. Nick Saban making his way to the podium. It's the Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-thru. Brought to you by our friends at Hamburger Heaven.
Yeah, since 1982, serving up incredible food, cheeseburgers, hamburgers, french fries, hand-spun milkshakes, breakfast, lunch, dinner, 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, Homewood, Hamburger Heaven.
Here's the coach.
I think it was an improvement for our team. A lot of lessons still to be learned in terms of we did a lot of really good things in the game when we did things right, but there's still some things that, we can definitely improve on. I think, penalties probably cost us 150 yards of field position if you take the penalty plus the gain, whether it was on special teams or offense or whatever. So these are things that we have to really understand the consequences of and continue to try to improve on. But we made a lot of explosive plays on offense. Defense played pretty well for the most part. Saw some things that we hadn't really practiced, had to make a lot of adjustments in the game. So I thought the players did a pretty good job of that. You got the offensive and defensive players and special teams, and, Jamison Williams is the SEC Special Teams Player of the Week, had a fantastic game on kickoff return and really did a good job all the way around in the game. Ole Miss has an outstanding team. I think they've got like 17 starters back from a team that won 8 games last year. Lane does an outstanding job with their offense. Their overall team is improved in every category, defense, special teams. They really are playing extremely well. This is one of the best offensive teams in the country, no doubt. The quarterback is a fantastic player, understands the offense well, does a great job of executing it. They've got really good running backs. They've got lots of speed. They've got good receivers. The offensive line is returning intact. So a lot of really good players that are really well coached, and their whole fastball system is something that's always a challenge for the defense to get lined up and play with great poise and be able to focus on doing your job. So it's a real challenge for us from that standpoint. Defensively, they're really, really improved from a year ago in their statistics and the way they've played. I think they got a little different system that they're playing, dropping a little bit more like Arkansas, with a little more 8 drops and playing a little more odd type stuff. So, and they have done it extremely well. And, because they've got good team speed, they're good on special teams. They got a great punter. So this is a really, really good team overall and going to be a real challenge for us come Saturday, but we're definitely looking forward to it. We're making progress as a team, and I think it's going to, we need to continue to do that this week.
Okay, with that, we'll start with Aaron.
What do you make of your run game so far? A lot of great runs on the perimeter on Saturday, and do you differentiate? How do you differentiate between outstanding runs on the perimeter and inside running between the tackles?
Well, we had some good runs inside too. I think our running game was a little bit big, little, and I think when teams stun a lot, which is, Southern Miss was, really kind of moving up front and cutting gaps and things like that, sometimes you get the bear and sometimes the bear gets you. So it was a little bit big, little, what I call. We made some really explosive runs inside and out. And, sometimes we had some plays where, they gave us issues. So just need to continue to work on block and movement. And I think that'll be helpful to us.
We'll go to Michael Casagrande next.
How would you assess the downfield passing game, and how did that 81-yard pass to Jamison Williams maybe boost confidence there?
Well, I think that, anytime players have success, it's probably going to help their confidence. We need to continue to work on vertical passing game, good play action. And, we were very successful in that game doing some of those things. I think to continue to do that will be a critical factor for us. We got more players involved. Tight ends did a nice job in the game of catching balls. And so, I think it's a big part of what we do. Try to run the ball effectively, try to throw good play action passes, throw in the RPOs and be a decent drop back team when you need to be. That's kind of what we want to continue to strive for.
We'll go to Cecil Hurt.
Coach, you mentioned Ole Miss using a lot of 8 drops. How many teams have tried to defend you that way this year, and how has Bryce responded to that?
We got a little bit in the Mercer game. So, I think, we have to have a good plan against it. Everybody's got to execute well. I think Bryce is capable of recognizing it and getting the ball to the right guys. So, it's something that we need to work on this week, and probably didn't work on it as much against Mercer because they hadn't done it that much in the past. So it'll be a real, key for us to be able to do a good job against, that type of thing.
Go to Charlie Potter.
Hey, Coach, you mentioned Matt Corral in your opening. Just what kind of progress have you seen from him throughout the course of his career?
Well, he played really well against us last year. The guy's very elusive. He can extend plays, very accurate passer, executes their offense extremely well. He can make plays with his feet. He does pull the ball every now and then. They do have a quarterback run here and there, not a lot, but just enough to, sort of make you defend it on defense. But the combination of things that they do in the running game and the passing game, they're difficult to defend. And he is about as talented as guys anybody we've seen run and pass for a long time.
Go to John Zener with the AP.
Yeah, what do you like about Bryce Young's demeanor? He's handled a lot of things, different circumstances on the field, but he also seems to have handled himself off the field well.
Well, I think it's his personality. He's a pretty sort of, he's got it together. He does the right things off the field. He's very well grounded, as a person. He's very smart. He's bright. He makes good choices and decisions in everything that he does. And I think that's just who he is. And, I think it's an asset for especially a guy that has his level of experience to have that demeanor because he doesn't get frustrated and he can go play the next play. And he makes a lot of really good plays, but I think he's constantly learning and developing as we go, as he's making these plays.
We'll go to Nick Kelly in Tuscaloosa.
Where's B-Rob's health at heading into this week?
Yeah, B-Rob's going to practice today, and hopefully, we'll go day to day with him and see how he develops. But we're hopeful that he'll be, 100% by game time.
We'll go to Blake Totmeyer.
And Nick, Lane is asked quite a bit about what he learned from you during his time in Tuscaloosa. I'm curious, what would you say is the biggest thing that you learned from Lane?
Well, we kind of took on the task when he came here of, changing the whole offense to be more spread, to be more RPO oriented, to use, motions and formations to create issues and problems for the defense. And he did a marvelous job of that when he was here. He's continued to build on it. But I'd say I learned that from him because we sort of made that change. So we all had to get sort of, together on how we were going to do things and what we're going to do. And he did a really good job of that. And he's very bright, good, really good play caller. So I learned a lot of offensive football from him.
We'll go to Steven.
Coach, Alabama, not a young guys in the defensive line, but where has Jamil Burroughs taken that next step?
He's working and doing a good job. He's got really good quickness and explosive, power. I think, the thing with most of our young guys is they have to be able to execute and do what they're supposed to do. If they're supposed to slant, if they're supposed to take a different gap. And I think that's the biggest challenge. And when you make errors with anybody in the front seven, people don't really see that because somebody else usually makes the tackle, but it's no different than making an error in the back end where people do see it because it usually winds up being some kind of a big play and it happens in space. But it's just as critical that our young players can, really be disciplined and understanding what their job is and so that they can go out there and execute the team defense part of it. And he's certainly improving in that regard.
Unless we have any follow-ups, we'll finish up with Tony. Tony, go ahead.
Yeah, when Bryce is making a play or escaping or running out with his legs, is there ever a moment where maybe you're surprised from what he can do on the sidelines? And just as a head coach, what is your thought process like when he's kind of making those escaping plays?
Well, I think we want the quarterback to escape. I think we want to, first of all, protect for him so he doesn't have to escape, but having, a good feel for the pocket, when to step up, when to move, where to move to, when to run, when to throw it. Those are all instinctive things that I think make a guy a really good quarterback. So, I'm always very pleased to see, his ability to do all those things. We don't want him to take hits, but he can take hits in the pocket or he can take hits out of the pocket. We just got to do a good job of playing around him so he doesn't have to take those hits. But his instinct in the pocket is a real asset for him.
Okay, we do have one follow-up here, and we'll finish up with this. Aaron, go ahead.
You mentioned the progress that Ole Miss has made on defense from last year to this year. What areas sort of jump out to you in studying from last year to this year's unit?
Well, they just have a good system and a good scheme, and they've I think they went and studied some things, and they do a good job of executing it. They know what they're doing, and their players are really know what they're doing. I think last year was a little bit of an anomaly when it came to, if you're a new staff, how do you get what you want to do implemented? And I think they probably went through that on defense a little bit last year because of COVID. This year, because they've had the spring, they've had the summer, they've had a year to know what kind of adjustments they need to make relative to the players they have, and they've done a really good job of that.
All right, Coach, thanks for your time.
Right, that is Nick Saban there answering a question about Ole Miss's defense, which is improving. They're schemed a lot better, according to Nick Saban. That's part of our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-thru.
Yeah, since 1982, Pete Flack and that great staff, they've been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh, prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-patted each and every day for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Okay, coming up in 2 segments at 12:35, if you're interested in going to Talladega this weekend, Denny Hamlin winning in Vegas yesterday. If you're interested in going to Talladega this weekend, the NASCAR world is back at the world's fastest speedway, the Talladega Super Speedway. We'll tell you how you can get tickets and actually win pass over to Talladega. That's coming up at 12:35. To be a part of that contest, you need to jump on the phones with us at 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923. That's coming up at 12:35. Injury update here, brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. You heard Nick Saban say that Brian Robinson will practice today. He's got bruised ribs. He set out the Southern Miss game. Hopeful that he'll be 100% against Ole Miss coming up this weekend. Big news from Georgia while we were at the Nick Saban news conference there. Both tight end Darnell Washington and DB Tyke Smith, both of them have missed the first 4 games from Georgia with foot injuries suffered in camp. Both of them cleared to play and are expected to return to the Georgia lineup this weekend. So that from Kirby during his news conference while we were hearing from Nick Saban. So Darnell Washington and Smith on the backside of that defense back from foot injuries as Georgia gets ready for the game day game with Arkansas coming to town. Both of those updates brought to you by the great folks at Precision Sports.
Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Are you suffering from that old sports injury that won't go away? Or maybe did you tweak that joint being a weekend warrior? Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track, including their new Southern Orthopedic Sports Medicine Associates location right there in Jasper. Your health can't wait. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
All right, in the next segment, LT has a lock for us. We've got 3 and out, and we'll tell you how many people qualified for the finals in this week's Pick 6. Oh, that's next on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Win your tailgates this year with Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Fresh to order and worth the wait, you can dine in or use their call-ahead drive-thru. At Champy's, you get Southern staples like chicken on a stick and Mississippi Delta homemade hot tamales. They're the best I've ever tasted. See it all online or order at champyschicken.com. You can mix it up with po' boys, tenders, and those full fried chicken plates. Right on Highway 119 in Alabaster, it's fresh and worth the drive on your way to the beach or the big game. Order online right now at champyschicken.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. As you guys know, the team at Hemphill Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hemphill were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hemphill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemphill Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111.
ERA King real estate agents are out there every day working hard to make home buying easy. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I know firsthand ERA King's commitment is to support them with the most innovative training and technology available. So even though home values may change, ERA King agents stay priceless. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's 35260 to get started. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
Some things just stand the test of time. Your old truck, an aged bourbon, the memory of your first girlfriend, and a classic pair of Red Wing boots. Fall is upon us, and Red Wing boots are the ones every guy must have. Whether you're on the job site, working in the yard, exploring the trail, or heading out for the evening, Red Wing shoes will have you covered. Certified fit specialists will make sure you get the most comfortable boots with convenient locations in Pelham next to Publix and the new Trussville location between Metro Diner and Taco Mama. Red Wing boots, a classic you can enjoy every day.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Talladega is home to big campgrounds, big parties, big playoff hopes, and oh yeah, the big one. NASCAR playoffs at Talladega, October 2nd through the 3rd. Get your tickets for the Yellowwood 500 weekend now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
That makes you feel taller, too, by the way. You guys need a beer? We'll get you a beer? No?
I'm good, Jim. Thank you.
No, I'm talking to the audience behind you, Brownie.
Got you. Sorry.
Back with you on the next round here. We're about to do 3 and out in just a second, but LT's got a lock for us. It's brought to you by Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Were you 4-0 or 5-0 yesterday in the NFL?
I was 4-0 going into last night. I had San Francisco. I thought, when they were down 17-0, I thought it was over. But then I thought for a minute we were going to be able to come back and maybe get that cover. We'll tell you, on the NFL season, 10-3 this year.
10-3 this year. That's good.
You think?
That's 7. That's 7 games good.
Yeah.
10-3 NFL Monday Night Football tonight. Where are you going with the lock today? Brought to you by Jeremy Purvis and the great folks at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing.
Did you guys realize that Dak Prescott is making his first home start since his ankle injury last October?
I did not realize that.
I did not. Every game they play seems like a home game.
Well,
There's so many Cowboys fans.
Yeah, they opened in Tampa, then obviously played in SoFi last week against the Chargers, a game they should have lost, but they're sitting at 1-1, hosting the 1-1 Eagles, who battled last week against San Francisco but completely fell apart in the second half. Jalen Hurts was not good in that game, was really good against Atlanta. I think Hurts will play well against this Dallas defense.
Really?
I really do. I think Hurts will play well tonight, and I like the Eagles on the road. I think it's going to be a one-possession game. I think it's 3 points one way or the other, but I'm getting 3.5 here, so I'm taking the Eagles.
Getting 3.5. Now, I know you've cut it to 1. Are you interested in going a stake and be taking the Cowboys?
Sure.
All right. I'll do that first. Keep the lights going, man. We'll just keep the stakes going.
I was a little shaky on this pick, but you have now solidified it for me.
Okay, so I'm giving 3.5?
Yeah.
Okay, so Dallas minus 3.5. That is LT likes the Eagles. I like the Cowboys. America, you choose. It's the Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing lock of the day. Jeremy Purvis and his team, they handle commercial and residential plumbing. You can call them up, 205-516-4927. 516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it there. Now, if you're familiar with the way we do our stake bets, I was up 6, and then I always lose them really fast. And so I got 1 stake out of the being up 6. We're back to 1, which is not in the payout zone. So I've got to win again to get back in the payout zone, or we go back to
now,
even.
How do you feel, though, about this weekend? Because we won't know until 8 o'clock. I'm just talking about
I know.
If TJ Finley gets a start. I told you guys he would start at least a game. I predicted it would be LSU would be his first start. If that happens, you lose another.
Yeah, I could be another stake down if TJ Finley gets a start. So trouble brewing in the old, as my wife reminded me last night, because she hates when I spend money to feed you.
that
That's really mean of her.
Yeah, what if Lance is destitute one day? Is she still going to hate that?
Yeah, which is really odd for a pastor, right, to be upset at me feeding somebody else. But
that's right.
I think it's where you feed me and how much you spend on me.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm one up. That's our stake bet update brought to you by Royal Betting, royalbettinginc.com, Highway 31. Right in Alabaster. What are you laughing at? Pelham, excuse me.
Justin on the chat, you were looking for a name for Saturday. He said, how about Suck on D's Saturday?
yeah. It's that kind of Saturday, Justin. Somebody's going to be saying that. I was talking to a Georgia fan in the commercial break who was upset. This is how Georgia fans find something to be upset about. Number 2 in the country. Some people should be number 1. Arkansas is coming to town. Arkansas is a little beat up. Don't have to play Alabama to the SEC championship game. What are they upset about at Georgia? Having to play at 11 o'clock.
Oh, another 11 o'clock kick?
I hate that this is an 11 o'clock game.
I mean, but
well,
for
it's
a
noon
fan,
Eastern. Tell them it's noon Eastern.
Like most fans want to have a cocktail and enjoy your game. I mean, 11 o'clock is, that's early for some people to get
You ever
started.
been to a Georgia game? That ain't slowing them down.
I know.
And as I told her,
just talking from your couch, though.
You get a big win. You're done at 2:30. You can celebrate that all day. You don't have to worry about it all day long. That's fantastic. You get the big win. And big news, if you heard it before the break, Darnell Washington and Tyke Smith both cleared to play, according to Kirby Smart.
Difference makers, by the way, both of them.
Both of them.
I mean, Tyke
huge.
Smith was one of the best defensive backs in the Big 12 last year. Washington will just be a nice addition to what Brock Bowers is already doing at the tight end position.
Yeah, Bowers has been a steal for me in all of our daily fantasy.
His price has gone up a lot.
It has, and now we'll see how he factors in with Darnell Washington's return. All right, it is time now for 3 and Out. LT has 4 questions for us, 4 locations of Vulcan Tires.
And they do such a great job. Anything you need. I had to take my daughter's car in there this past Friday. Jeff, Jason, all of the guys there, we appreciate all the work. Anything you need, brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more, they can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Better chance of salvaging their season, Clemson or Texas A&M?
I think Clemson because of schedule. What?
Well, I mean, Texas A&M has only lost 1 game. It's not like they're a season on a brink right now.
Well, I think 2 losses, though.
They almost got beat by Colorado.
That's true.
They were lucky to survive that game.
Yeah, I think it's Clemson because of schedule. Texas A&M still got a really difficult schedule left. I mean, they lost.
Do you think A&M goes 8-4 in the regular season?
I can see it.
You make it sound like 8-4 would be on the good side.
That's what I'm saying.
There's no way they'll be 8-4.
Oh, I
they'll
can
be
see
9-3 or better.
They got 3 more. They got 3 more potential losses. Alabama is a loss, so that they've only got to find 2 more. At Missouri, at Ole Miss, those are losable. At LSU, that's a losable game. If Auburn can figure this thing out, that's a losable game. They got losable games on there.
Yeah, it's the SEC. They're losable games.
Exactly.
More likely that Texas A&M salvages their season to get closer to what Texas A&M is expecting. Clemson, you're judged only by the playoffs now, and they're not going to the playoffs.
Second down.
More overrated right now, Oklahoma or Iowa?
Iowa.
I do believe it is Iowa, yeah.
I cannot believe they were down to Colorado State.
Well, listen, we've got
a team that got beat by Vanderbilt, by the way.
And Vandy on the road at Colorado State. Yeah.
We've got Iowa where they are because of their wins over Indiana and Iowa State. And the more we get away from those wins, how good do those wins look now?
Not very good.
Indiana has dropped another game to Cincinnati, a good team, obviously. Iowa State lost on the road at Baylor this week. So, even the games we put them up there because of, those wins are starting to take on some water.
Third down.
Both of these teams were dark horse possibilities to be in a college football playoff before the season began, but better chance of being unranked at the end of the year, Wisconsin or Iowa State?
That's tough because
my first 2 picks in my draft, by the way.
Yeah, that's tough, and you're not doing well in your draft, I would assume, because
if those are your first 2 picks.
I burned money. Washington was my 3rd pick.
I mean, listen, Rutgers and Maryland are not bad football teams. I know Rutgers just lost to Michigan, but they did it where they held Michigan's run game, which is really good, in check.
Yeah, nobody else has done that.
I think Rutgers will beat some teams down the road in the Big Ten. Maryland, still unbeaten, has a chance to have a special year by Maryland standards. So Iowa, Minnesota won't be as bad as they were this past week. Nebraska's getting better. Wisconsin's got a tough road down the road. Iowa State, though, in the Big 12, I think you can say the same thing about them. Oklahoma State looks like they may be the second best team. Texas is getting better.
They just lost to Baylor. I mean,
Kansas State is always well coached and tough.
I mean, right now, West Virginia, Iowa State, who you got?
I think I'm closer to both of them being unranked when it's all said and done.
I think I can see that
too, because I could see both of them be 7-5.
And I want to touch on, you just mentioned Nebraska is getting better.
They are.
They're 2-3. They played Michigan State.
Well, I was focused on that game because I gave it out Saturday, but also it was my upset alert, which I'll get credit for that because they did cover that game.
They did.
Yeah. But one of the worst punts I've ever seen. I don't know if you were watching.
I was.
And then the body slam on Thorne when you had him sacked, whistle was blown.
Undisciplined. Yep.
Yeah.
Here you go. Here's the headline said, Nebraska finds new way to lose. Nebraska led 20-13 in the fourth quarter and did not allow a first down in the fourth quarter.
And still
Up
lost,
7
yes.
and didn't allow a first down and still lost the football game.
It was amazing if you watched it, how it all unfolded. And unfortunately for them, they've got some losses left. But Scott Frost is getting them better. It's just not showing.
5-15 in one-score games.
It's a good defense. It really is.
It is.
Again, I don't know what happened against Illinois, but they've got a good defense.
4th down.
Okay, how about this? Better chance of happening. Auburn wins 9 games in the regular season, goes 9-3. Or TJ Finley starts the final 8 games this year.
Better chance of happening is the first one.
What was the first one again?
Auburn going 9-3 this season, or TJ starting the final 8 games.
They're not going to go 9-3. TJ Finley is not going to start the rest of this year. The only way TJ Finley,
if he starts Saturday and they beat LSU,
he won't. He will not continue that play. We've seen this guy. I know people can get better,
but we've got a bigger sample size on Bo.
We do, and it's better than TJ Finley. That's what people are forget. Lance, it's not even close.
I'd look at the numbers.
Bo's sample size versus TJ Finley's sample size. It's not close.
I mean, you got 3 years of experience for one guy. Now, are you saying better sample size because you have a lot on one and less on the other?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
you know what you got with one.
That's what I'm saying. Like TJ Finley might still have some upside. Like you've seen enough of Bo where Bo, I don't know if you know this by now, you're going to be wrong on your Heisman prediction. He will not be in New York. He might be there on vacation watching the Rockettes. He ain't going to be sitting in one of those chairs.
Could have an internship with ESPN and
never
be there.
know.
Yeah.
Never know.
But TJ still could have his best football in front of him. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Brown and say 9-3 is a better opportunity than one quarterback starting every game the rest of the way. That is 3 and Out, brought to you by the folks at Vulcan Tires.
4 great locations for you. For more information, VulcanTireAndAuto.com. From brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, anything bumper to bumper they can do for you. Get and see our guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto.
All right, a chance for you to win a Talladega package for this weekend's NASCAR racing in our next segment. Call us up, 205-734-0923. 205-734-0923. Next segment, we've got to get at least one qualifier there, 205-734-0923. As we go to break, with a studio audience in here, I will just openly admit to you guys, I have low testosterone, and I didn't know that until I checked with my friends at Alabama Men's Clinic. It was going to be awkward no matter what I did, Brown. I had to just face it. I've got a low T problem. You may have one too. Have you been having problems sleeping? Yes. Has your energy been down? Maybe. Your workout's not the same, obviously. Your libido down? Probably. This problem all directly back to low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. Go by, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Trust me, that low T treatment is very easy to administer. It's cost effective and it changes your life. Alabama Men's Clinic, 205-598-7000, alabamamensclinic.com. Back in a moment on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
At AmFirst, you always come first, especially during this summer of freedom. That's why they're offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from AmFirst, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. AmFirst is making your summer freer than ever because this is your summer, the summer of freedom at AmFirst. For more information, visit them online, amfirst.org/promotions. Available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply. AmFirst is an equal housing lender. NMLS number 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit them online for more information. Go to amfirst.org. Again, go online, amfirst.org. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Are you sick of leasing your life away? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. So if you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Talladega is home to big campgrounds, big parties, big playoff hopes, and oh yeah, the big one. NASCAR playoffs at Talladega, October 2nd through the 3rd. Get your tickets for the Yellowwood 500 weekend now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
For your next round of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services, do what my family does and trust Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Wayne's may be headquartered here in Birmingham, but they're serving more than 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville. And right now, get started with their EnviroPest service for $60 off when you use the code TNR. Get started by calling 866-WAYNES1 and don't forget the code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Did you know 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer? September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the expert urologists at Urology Centers of Alabama are leading the way in diagnosing and treating men with prostate cancer. Early detection is the key to survival. Guys, if you're over 50, it's time to have your PSA levels checked. It only requires a simple blood test and physical exam. With 13 convenient locations, making an appointment is a no-brainer. Visit UrologyCentersAlabama.com or call 205-930-0920.
All right, we'll get right to the phones and see if we can give away a pack of tickets, a couple of tickets to Talladega this weekend. Denny Hamlin won at Vegas yesterday, and then we'll get back to football. The Doris, by the way, inside the chat room, done away with low T, shocking. Loves chick flicks and Taylor Swift music. Should have been your first clue. Didn't need the Alabama Men's Clinic for that one, says Doris.
You need the estrogen replacement.
You ain't got low T, son. You got no T.
Boy, this is estrogen. This ain't T.
You guys are hilarious. Kevin says, I don't know what was funnier, Dunaway's delivery or Brown's reaction in front of the studio audience.
No, that's what, I just love your warning. Like, oh, let me give you a warning.
Well, I mean, we had people who, I don't know how familiar with the show they were in here, or at least the new version of it. And
right.
I didn't want them to be shocked
that what I was about to talk about.
Sweetheart.
He's talking about the Alabama men's
That
clinic.
was a fun visit to that show, but did you hear what that man said?
Yeah. All right. So here we go. And now we're going to try on the phones for the first time. Me not messing
Look
this.
at your sweaty
my hands
hands
are sweaty.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. It's Talladega. You got a Talladega read you got to do first?
TalladegaSuperspeedway.com to get tickets. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Great racing coming up in the race for the chase and all that stuff at Talladega Superspeedway this weekend.
Okay, let's bring in, is it Kerry from Alabaster? Kerry, how are you, man?
Anniston.
Anniston. Hey, Kerry and Anniston. How are you, man? You doing well? Did I do something?
There we go.
Okay, there we go. All right. Brown's going to explain to you what you have to do here to try to win these tickets. Here we go, Brown.
Kerry, I am going to give you a name of a NASCAR driver. You tell me, is it a real driver or not? You can ask Lance and Dunaway for assistance, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Earl Gascan Turner. Earl Gascan Turner. NASCAR driver or not?
Do you need help, Kerry?
Lance, give me a Lance's lock on this one.
Lance's lock. Earl Gascan Turner.
I'm going to say he was
I say no.
Yeah, I'd say he was a pitcher for the Pirates in the 19 teens.
Yeah, I'm going to say no as well.
Yeah,
He's trying to play off of Oil Can Boyd, who was a Boston Red Sox pitcher. So
he was a Boston Red Sox pitcher.
Yeah.
Earl Gascan Turner is completely made up by me. He is not a NASCAR driver.
Good job.
You got it right, Kerry and Aniston, so you're going to the Talladega Superspeedway.
All right, Kerry, I'm going to put you on hold. Don't go anywhere. We got to get your information. All right, Kerry,
You
there.
want to give away more? Let's do this. Come on.
Okay. Michael in Vestavia, as I learned the new phone system. Michael, tell me you're there. God, please be there.
Hey, I'm here.
All right, Michael's
All right.
here.
All right, here we go, Michael. Here we go. Dick Passwater. Dick Passwater. NASCAR driver or not? Jim, don't laugh. Could be somebody's name.
Never heard of him.
You've never heard of Dick Passwater. NASCAR driver or not?
Okay, what about you?
I'll go Indian Chief.
You think Dick...
I'm going to say no NASCAR, though.
We named him on the first thing he was doing when we saw him.
Hey,
Chief Passwater, man.
Hey, brave chasing wolf. Will you and Dick Passwater come over here? I'm going to say no with Michael. Michael says no.
Michael, you say no to Dick Passwater?
Yeah, I've never heard of him. No.
Dick Passwater was an American race car driver that raced in NASCAR.
Oh.
Sorry, he won the 1952 Motor City 250 at Michigan State Fairgrounds.
Sorry, Michael.
His last race was the Southern 500 in Darlington. He couldn't make it past Darlington.
Try one more?
Sure, why not?
Okay. LB in Hoover. LB, you're next with us. How are you, man?
Pretty good. How are y'all?
Doing wonderful. Thanks a lot.
NASCAR driver or not, Talladega week. You can get your tickets at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Buddy Critter. Buddy Critter. NASCAR driver or not?
No.
No.
He says no.
It sounds like a guy that cages snakes,
Well,
but I'll say yes.
Buddy Critter?
Yeah.
Today on the Country Boy Eddie Show, Buddy Critter. Critter's back. Buddy, what critter did you bring us this week? I'm going to say no, too.
You're going to say no, too? He is not a NASCAR driver, so you hang tight. You've won some tickets. There's a possibility we're giving away more tickets than we actually have. But I got excited about doing a game. Been a long time since we've done one. I love these.
All right, LB's on hold, and that is it for today. More tickets tomorrow, maybe.
If we haven't given them all away.
To the Talladega Superspeedway, but make sure you get your tickets. Denny Hamlin's in the Final 8. The winner at Talladega this week will be in the Final 8. You'll want to be there for that.
Yellowwood 500 is coming up Sunday, 1 o'clock start time for that. You can buy Sunday tickets right there at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Buy 2-day tickets. Camping, infield, all of that right there at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Go see the Yellowwood 500 Sunday at 1 o'clock.
Okay, for you people in the studio audience, I'm going to tell you right now about a way to change your career. It's with my friends at Truckworks. Right now, Alabama and Mississippi's premier commercial truck dealer is hiring. So any of you looking for a new job, you can make it happen right here. They're looking for awesome people to join their team, all experience level, all departments across all locations. It's the great folks at Truckworks, 13 locations throughout Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle. They've got openings in sales, in management, service techs, deliveries, and so much more. Listen, if you don't like your job or if you're looking for a job, check this out. It's truckworks.com. That's works with an X. Truckworks.com. Truckworks.com. Hit the Join Our Team tab. Final big thoughts on a gut reaction Monday next on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hear that? That's the plumpest, juiciest hot dogs you've ever seen getting their grill on. But we both know what'll make it sound even better. Oh yeah, it's a Pepsi to go with your hot dog. Because when you're chomping on America's favorite meal, relish, mustard, and onions perfectly blending into a crescendo of flavor, there's only one thing that makes everything about that moment better: a cold, refreshing Pepsi. See what I mean? It's like music to my ears. Hot dogs, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trussville, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatment that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com.
Cowan Equipment has had the honor of providing heavy equipment solutions to Alabama contractors for more than 80 years now. With one of the largest and most diverse heavy equipment rental fleets in the Southeast, stocked by Volvo Construction Equipment, Takuchi Mini Excavators, track loaders and skid steers, Groove and Cabelco cranes, Doosan portable compressors and light towers, Indico breakers, and much more. Cowan is your one-stop shop for all your heavy equipment needs. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts in stock, and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Call Cowan at 800-239-2694 or visit cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades, 800-239-2694, or visit them online at cowan.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
It is the American dream to buy your own home. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality with branches across the country. Mortgage Right has all the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you are looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Get started by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. Mortgage Right, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
All right, congratulations to our ticket winners. If you missed our Bo Nix interview today or the Nick Saban News Conference, you can find that at nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com.
final segment, final big gut reaction from what we saw over the weekend, brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right, who says it's not too late right now to go see a college football game of your choice.
That is incredible, right? Just the college football game of your choice. Where is it played? You can go see it, courtesy of Mortgage Right. They'll give a lucky winner 2 tickets to any regular season college football home game. MortgageRight.com/TNR is where you want to go. That's for the next round. MortgageRight.com/TNR. Submit a mortgage application. Any application filled out during the month of September will be automatically entered into the contest. The lucky winner is drawn October 1, so you better hurry. MortgageRight.com/TNR. Just start an application. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Our buddy Justin Hokanson from On3 Sports will have more on the coaching change that happened yesterday. Cornelius Williams out, and we asked Bo Nix about that earlier. As they get ready, Auburn does, to hit the practice field, and the Harsin News Conference coming up when we're off the air today. You'll have some of that tomorrow and how he answers questions about Bo and TJ moving forward. That'll be interesting. Your thoughts on how Harsin handles that today. Doesn't name a starter, or does he name a starter? LTU first.
Okay, so Brown brought up the fact that he could just come out and get all of this out of the way if he feels like it's going to be a distraction and just say, Bo Nix is my guy. If TJ's his guy, he ain't going to announce it today. I think he's going to say, look, we've got 2 really good quarterbacks. You know, this is a luxury we've got. Bo has been our starting quarterback in the past. TJ came in and did exactly what we needed him to do to spark that offense. We're going to see how these guys practice this week, and we'll reevaluate throughout the week, and we're going to figure it out, and we probably won't name a starter until game time.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Bo Nix is your guy, if you know Brian Harsin, if you know Bo Nix is who I'm starting, I think you build his confidence up and, you know, build up the confidence of his teammates by coming out today and saying, hey, listen, you know, I'll put this to a rest. Bo's our starter. Yeah, he had a bad game. You know, he was a little bit banged up. We took him out. TJ gave us a spark, but we still believe in Bo, and Bo Nix is our starter going forward. Puts an end to it, gives him confidence. If you know you're going to start TJ Finley, as Lance said, why tell LSU?
Yeah.
Right? If you know you're going to start TJ Finley, just as far as strategy goes, keeping this thing alive all week, forcing Ed Orgeron and his coaching staff to prepare for 2 quarterbacks, one they know pretty well. That only benefits you.
The negative on your first point, though, if, hey, look, Bo is our starter, if Auburn pulls a Mississippi State and they're down 7-3 at halftime and the offense has done absolutely nothing, then Harsin's got to go back to TJ after just saying Bo is our guy.
You started him, though. But you're right. I mean, you go back to TJ Finley, and then what I just said, that's over with. You know, you can no longer paint it any other way except that A, there's a weekly quarterback competition, or B, Finley's our starter moving forward.
I do want to point this out. Going into the Mississippi State game, LSU had, 17 sacks? LSU can get after quarterbacks.
They can.
Oh, they can.
And Finley is a statue in that pocket.
That's right. Bo Nix is not.
And Bo Nix is not.
Sometimes to his own detriment. Lance.
So, again, I think it's going to be difficult based on the 98-yard drive to start Bo Nix, but there are some positives. He played great against LSU last year. He's an athletic guy that can get away from that rush. I don't know. It's a tough choice.
Rockstar, if you'll give me cut number 3, here's what TJ Finley says about the return down to Baton Rouge for him. I mean, it's an interesting situation for him. Here's a guy that, you know, was with all these guys in camp, you know, even through spring.
Yeah.
I mean, he was there a long, long time. Here's TJ Finley after the game about the possibility of him being the quarterback back in Tiger Stadium.
It's going to be amazing. I can't wait. You know, a lot of players there have supported my decision to come here. So it's no bad blood with LSU because they understood the situation I was put in. But I can't wait to go back. I told Auburn, I told all my teammates it's my homecoming. And I look forward to it, whether I'm starting or not. I just can't wait to enjoy 100,000 in Tiger Stadium. And like I said, whether I'm starting or not, I just want to be a part of the team and help the team win in any way possible.
It seems like he's got a good grasp on the feeling of going back to Tiger Stadium.
Well, he does, and that's going to be a tough environment, man. First of all, it's a 8 o'clock kick, so that is a lubed-up fan base.
It is.
But as I pointed out earlier, I can't remember their last full crowd night conference game. It's been a long, long time since they've done this.
Well, and look, and this sounds ridiculous, and LSU is not very good, I don't think. I don't know how you guys feel about LSU.
I think they're pretty average.
But if you're Orgeron, you can at least sell your team on, we've won 3 straight. We lost 1 game to a ranked team. we still control our destiny.
That's
If we win every game from here on out, we accomplish exactly what we came in to accomplish this season. So you can still sell this thing if you're Orgeron.
Okay, here is Sam Pittman on being 4-0, and then we'll tell you how everyone was 6-0 this past week in our Pick Six. Here's Pittman about having the Hogs unbeaten and in the top 10.
I mean, I don't know what it means to the program. I know that we're 4-0. We beat 15 and beat 7 or 5. And, you know, somebody will figure out that somebody will say, well, Texas A&M ain't any good just because Arkansas beat them. Someone will say Texas ain't any good because Arkansas beat them. But I believe both of them's really good. And I think the Razorbacks have a good football team.
I like that guy.
What got a hold of him? A bat?
Yeah, it looks like he lost a battle with a cat on that end. He joked. He was asked about that, and he joked about it. But you know, it looks like maybe he got fired. He gets fired up in his locker room speeches. It looks like he got a little fired up and battled a wall or a board or something. And
I think the board or the wall won. Whichever one it
always
was.
do.
By the way, if you're looking for the Sam Pittman of the Pac-12, Jonathan Smith has Oregon State 3-1. They won in the L.A. Coliseum for the first time since 1960.
I stayed up and watched that game, Lance, and at the end of the first half killed you guys. You let Oregon State go right down the field on you twice at the end of the first half, and then there was no stopping them after that.
Well, you know, Dante Williams, your interim coach, not that he's going to be the long-term solution. I thought the team did a really good job of rallying around him last week in Pullman, but they were awful. 11 penalties, 4 turnovers, no discipline. It's just not a good team.
I mean, the only guy that
Drake Jackson and Drake London are the only guys that show up week to week.
By the way, that's the most points the Beavers have ever scored against the Trojans in the history of their rivalry out there.
322 rushing yards.
You had no answer for little number one. He was up and down the field on USC.
Yep. Beavs rushed for 323 in that one. Keita Slovis with 3 interceptions. So Oregon State is 3-1. Jonathan Smith, one of those coaches, back at his alma mater. Congratulations to 18 of you. 18 of you that went 6-0 in our Pick Six ATS against the spread. So we had 11 in week 1, 6-0. One of you is 6-0 in week 2. 13 of you qualified for the finals at 5-1 in week 3. And now 18 of you 6-0 in week 4. Week 13 is the championship. You've got to at least win or be tied for first one time to make it into that championship pickoff coming up rivalry weekend, Thanksgiving weekend of week 13. So what is that? 8 more chances to get in there. We're through week 4. You got through week 12 to play and qualify for that week 13 championship run. Thanks to our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. We appreciate them being with us every Friday for our Pick Six. You do that online at nextroundlive.com and get by those Buffalo Wild Wings where you have remodeled locations, including the one just down the street from us.
Yeah, we've got remodeled on Highway 150, Highway 280. Also 2 new locations coming late 2021, Chelsea and Oxford. And don't forget, takeout available through the Buffalo Wild Wings app.
All right. People wanting to know, Justin, how can we listen to Rockstar's Playhouse from Friday? You can do that as well right there on our YouTube channel, Next Round Live. Make sure you subscribe. And all you people in the chat room, hit the like button. And we appreciate you being with us. We're back with you again tomorrow, live at 9 Central until 1 o'clock Central. But we stream nonstop 24 hours a day right there on our app. Also on our website, nextroundlive.com. And you can go back and watch the show anytime at Next Round Live on our YouTube channel. For LT, D&B, Rockstar, and Forrester, God bless you and God bless America.